Tore soha Om tare tu tare Tore soha Om tare tu tare Tore soha Om tare tu tare Tore soha Om tare Tare tu tare tore Om tare tu tare tore soha 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 Tare tu tare tore soha Om 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 tare tu tare tore soha Tare tu tare tore soha Om 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 tare tu Tare tu tare ture so ha om 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 tare tu tare ture so ha Tare tu tare ture so ha om 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 tare tu tare ture so ha soha om tare tu tare tore 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 soha tare tu tare ture soha om 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 tare tu tare tore 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 soha tare tu tare ture soha om 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 tare tu tare tore 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 soha tare tu tare ture soha om 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 tare tu tare ture soha tare tu tare ture soha om 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 tare tu tare tore soha. Om tare tu tare tore soha.
Yeah. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Everyone, thank you, and welcome to this special broadcast that's happening from Ngor Monastery in Mandawala in India. Right now, as you are witnessing, the holy body of His Eminence late Luding Khenchen Rinpoche, who was the 75th abbot of Ngor Monastery. His holy body has been honored and revered last 49 days by nearly about 700 monks, presided over by all the heads of the Sakya lineage, various ritual practices. Now his holy body is being carried in the procession from the main temple to the actual cremation stupa, purposely built. So little bit of the background of the cremation in Buddhist tradition. When Shakyamuni Buddha passed away, he left very clear instructions how to honor the sacred body of realized arhats, as well as how to honor the body of ordinary people. And also he gave very strict guidelines how to honor the body of Buddha himself when he passed away in Kushinagar. The purpose of his strict instructions were so that the holy relics that will come from the cremation will be equally divided among the eight kingdoms of India, so that the appropriate stupas could be built in each of those places, main places of each of the centers, I suppose, in order to avoid great conflict between them. And Buddha's instructions for him to pass away in Kushinagar was deliberate, not because it was a important Buddhist kingdom, but exactly opposite. It did not have any Buddhist followers. It wasn't one of the places the Buddha ever spent much time or ever went during his life. It's the kingdom of the Mallas. The reason for that, Buddha said, was so that that the Mallas, who are the kind of a neutral ground, his passing away in Kushinagar on a neutral ground would avoid conflicts between the main Buddhist kind of kingdoms of India of the day. So that the Mallas who have a say on the actual distribution of the Buddha's relic would not take sides to any of the other parties. So anyway, that is the how the how the 8 stupas were built after the Buddha's holy body was cremated, after dividing the relics into 8 parts. So there were very strict guidelines how to honor the body of a holy being. So today you are witnessing the holy body of His Eminence Luding Khenchen Rinpoche, and it is receiving one of the most epic and elaborate care, dignity, respect, ritual, tradition, and therefore great blessings for all of us in our comfort of our home could watch these proceedings as it unfolds. So therefore, not everybody body will be receiving such honor, but we know for sure even some fairly ordinary person passes away, he or she, either religiously or culturally, is often farewelled with a proper respect and dignity according to the cultural, religious, or otherwise. So therefore, His Eminence Luding Khenchen Rinpoche is not an ordinary figure. He is the head of the glorious Ngorpa tradition. Ngorpa is one of the 3 or 4 main sub-tradition in the Sakya tradition, founded by Ngorchen Kunga Sangpo. He founded the monastery in 1429. Ngorchen himself was actually born out of the wedlock. Actually, he's believed to be a son of the 17th Sakya Trizin, but officially it's not treated that way. He's treated as a son of somebody. In any case, it is important why Ngorchen played such a significant role in the Sakya history is not only who Ngorchen was, but who Ngorchen's father was. Because we are always about the great blessings of the Khen family lineage and their hereditary. And this is evident. Ngorchen was none other than a son of the Khen family, who officially, though not recognized for whatever the reasons of the day might be, but we know that his actual father was the 17th Sakya Trizin, who hails from the celebrated Khen family. So we could really, therefore, doubly appreciate Ngorchen's valid contribution, not just like one of any other Khen family members who produced their hereditary and so on, but Ngorchen produced the hereditary of the Vinaya lineage in the Sakya tradition. It looks pretty thin in the Sakya tradition with regard to the Vinaya lineage if it wasn't for Ngorchen Kunga Zangpo. So therefore you can see the birth of Ngorchen Kunga Zangpo as fathered by a Sakya Trizin was none other than our great bodhisattva activities for all concerned. So His Eminence Luding Khenchen Rinpoche is the 75th abbot of that celebrated monastery. Ngor Monastery is situated not so far from Khyentse in southwest Tibet. And and it was it has always been one of the most important Sakya monasteries, only second to Sakya monastery itself. When political situation in Tibet deteriorated, then Luding Khenchen Rinpoche, as a young man, but then the head of the the reigning abbot of Ngor Monastery, together with the Ngor Tatse Khenpo, Kansar Khenpo, and Pende Shabdrung, all Pende Khenpo and Shabdrung, all of the four great Ngor Labrangs, meaning Ngor for four groups of high lamas, they all managed to escape through Sikkim into exile. And they all tried very hard to adapt and live in India. But the most important thing is Luding Khenchen Rinpoche founded this first ever Sakya center or temple outside Tibet since coming into exile in Gangtok, what is known as Sangor Choto, which still stand as one of the important Ngorpa centers in the world. Not only it is the oldest in exile, it also has produced some of the most important printery of the Sakya Tibetan Buddhist prayer books in traditional wooden xylograph. Luding Khen Rinpoche headed that monastery's activities before he himself was settled properly. So Luding Khenchen Rinpoche actually escaped into exile together with his own, the then Shabdrung, Luding Shabdrung. And that Luding Shabdrung, however, did not continue to serve in that capacity and disrobed. But Luding Khen Rinpoche has continued to stay and lead the Sakya and Ngorpa monasteries and the monks. As a noble example of an upholder of the Vinaya, as well as the seven mandala practice of the Ngorpa tradition, as well as Tantra and Lamdre, and he has been only second to His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen with regard to the plight of the Sakyapas in exile. So today we are here to really remember his amazing contribution, leadership, not coming to an end, but coming to a different chapter of passing over to his nephew, Luding Khenpo, the 76th abbot. Later on, as the procedure of this ceremony unfolds, I'm sure I will be able to introduce some of the most important presiding lamas who will be conducting the various fire pujas. So you will be able to see and know who they are. So since His Eminence Luding Khenchen Rinpoche came into exile, he has been very instrumental in reviving the Ngorpa monastery in exile, as I mentioned, in Sikkim, as well as founding those in Ladakh, and so on. Right now, let's go back to what's unfolding on the screen. At Ngor Monastery, you can see the holy body has just been brought from the main temple next to the cremation stupa. Now, once you can see the holy body becomes shifted into the cremation stupa, or before that, all the high lamas will be paying respect to the holy body before it is inserted into the stupa. So you can see the decoration of the funeral site has been going on last whole 4 or 5 days, and the site is in Manduwala. Manduwala is not far from Dehradun. Dehradun is one of the capital city of Uttarakhand, which is only a 40 minutes flight from Delhi. So Dehradun has become the cradle of Tibetan Buddhism. If you really look carefully, there is no other Indian states. There are that many important monasteries that represent all the traditions. In South India, there are huge Tibetan monasteries, but they're mainly dominated by 1 or 2 lineages. But here in Dehradun, you will see the Sakya lineage is represented by His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen, Sakya Center there, Sakya Nunnery there, Sakya College, and Sakya Academy, and then the Ngor Monastery, and then Gongkar Choedak Monastery, and there are many such important Sakya established. Then on the other side of the valley is Drgung Kagyu, the seat of His Holiness Drgung Kyamkön. That's a very big establishment next to our Tibetan settlement, Deki Ling. Then just down the road from the other side of the valley is Clement Town, where you will see the Mindroling Monastery, which is the seat of the Nyingma Pass, the seat of the late His Holiness Miling Trichen Rinpoche. There he has built the most tallest and biggest stupa built by any Tibetan Lama in exile, stupa of descending Buddha from the heaven. And then there's also Labrang Tashi Kil, the Gelugpa Monastery in Clement Town. So, and there's also a Bompo Monastery. So all the 5 lineages, I'm not sure about Jonang tradition, but otherwise all the 5 major Tibetan Buddhist lineages are all represented. Their monasteries are there. There will be at least a good several thousands of Tibetans living in Dehradun, and much to the delight of the Tibetans who want to see their culture to be preserved. And Dehradun has indeed become a cradle. Now you can see his holy body is lifted, and then his holy body is been wrapped up with white cloth, and then he's been crowned with the crown, as well as dressed in the Sambhogakaya aspect, holding Vajra in the right hand, bell in the left hand, in the form of Vajradhara. So therefore the holy body has been preserved in that form ever since it was actually transported from Bodh Gaya. So now you can see the funeral, the cremation stupa has been large enough to fit the whole holy body in the main part of the stupa called vas. That's the stupa that is the vas part of the stupa. And you can see one of the ritual monks have gone inside and adjusting the actual body to be in right place. Below that vast part of the stupa, we could not see, but there are 5 mandalas. Each of these mandalas represent one of the mandala of the 5 pujas that's going to be performed by different teachers from different directions of all the 5 mandalas, even though we have only 4 cardinal directions. But for the sake of the importance of this cremation, they have decided to have 5 mandalas. They are Vajrasattva mandala, and Hevajra mandala, Vajrayogini, so Hevajra mandala and Trikula mandala, and Trikula mandala, and then Mahavirochana mandala. These are the four main cardinal directions. Then on the southwest, they have added Vajrayogini mandala. So all of these five mandalas represent the four classes of Tantra. The only two are with Anuttara Yoga Tantra. They have added additional ones. So you can see now all the high lamas are offering their kata to the holy body that has already been enshrined into the stupa. That Dzongsar Khyentse Rinpoche, if I'm correct. So that's Chogyal Trichen Rinpoche, 26th. No, maybe Tatse Khen Rinpoche. Yeah, I can't tell because they're only the back. People are not really people unless they show me their nose. So in the back, there's nobody. In the front, there is a face. So that's Chogyal 27th. And then this is, I think, Kangsar Shabdrung. Rinpoche. He's maybe Jetsunma Kunga Palter. I think, yes, that's Jetsunma Kunga Palter. That's his own Ratna Vajra's daughter. And that's Akshaya Vajra. That's his son. And that is the Kangsar Shabdrung. I think that's Luding Shabdrung. And then that's you can see Gyayum Kushok. That's His Holiness's 41st consort, Gyayum Kushok, and that is Damo Kaldenla. That is consort of His Holiness Ratna Vajra Rinpoche. And then the next one is Chiwang Tulku Rinpoche, I think, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, he's the long bearded. He's going to be the Vajra master of the Vajrayogini fire puja. And so I can't see who the others are, but these are some of the high abbots and who will be sitting beside the main Vajra masters. So then main Vajra masters are His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen, 42nd, 43rd, and then Tatse Khenpo. Yeah. I can't recognize who the others are. These are probably some of the important dignitaries representing Tibetan government in exile, and some of the ministers and maybe ex-ministers, whatnot. They all, you can see this ex-Tibetan finance minister, Karmala, I think. I don't remember his second name. Yeah, so it's not so important that you all know the names of the people, but you can see it is very important, representative from every nooks and crooks of Tibetan Buddhist world, and the Tibetan government in exile would have sent their representative to offer appropriate respect to His Eminence Luding Khenchen Rinpoche. So this gentleman, white one, that's his Luding Shabdrung. That's previous Luding Shabdrung who disrobed, but he served very well, and his two sons are Tsering Wangchuk and serving His Eminence Luding Khenchen amazing way. So it's a very important history in their lives as much as it is in us. You can see that Luding Khen Rinpoche is always standing on the side and helping people to put the kata. So he's really incredible successor to Luding Khen Rinpoche. Khenchen Rinpoche is Luding Khenpo, who's you can see on our right, who's gray and wearing the Dharma robes next to, and he's helping people to put the kata on the table. So he's and so you can see everyone, after having offered the kata, doing little circumambulation, and then they will all have to go and take their seats, because soon the actual ritual proceedings will happen, and they are not going to allow everybody to offer kata. These are only special guests. Only the special guests are allowed to come up and offer kata, whatever the time will permit to allow that. But remember, these will be attended by thousands of people. They're talking about 5,000 to 7,000 people will be attending these, and they all will be fed. You wouldn't believe they've been cooking 5 days to feed all those people. And I'm sure every single monasteries, temples, centers that are associated with His Eminence's life and activities would have some people there representing their organizations or their group. So we are able to join and participate in that way. And there are from those here in Australia, we have at least few members of our Sangha there making offerings on behalf of all of us here who couldn't be in person. I'm sure many of you too have your friends and others who are doing this very thing. So we should all sit here today in rejoicing the amazing life of Luding Khenchen Rinpoche. He lived 91 years of age. And even to the last day before he passed away, there was no sign of any illnesses, But just 4 days before he passed away, he wrote a letter. And his letter is actually like his last parting words for the whole followers. And so he did not suffer any illnesses or like people usually die from. His life was not an ordinary mortal body, and therefore his holy body is treated here is an immortal symbol of the Buddha Dharma. And so it's great. It's very emotional for many people that his holy body has to be consummated in this way by burning in a fire. But at the same time, that is the very important teachings, that all things are impermanent, and to remember everything is impermanent. And then knowing that everything that we are going through, we have, we do, we don't, these are also impermanent. Even various setbacks in your life that you have, you should not become attached and angry at them. These are all you should let go. And even those positive things that you are familiar with, you shouldn't become too attached to. You should also let go of them. So now you can see His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen has taken his seat. He's sitting on the northern side of the mandala. His Holiness will be presiding over the Vajrasattva fire puja. Vajrasattva in this case is I'm not exactly sure whether it's more like Kriya Tantra. And of course, Hevajra is Anuttara Yoga Tantra. Mahavairochana is, of course, Yoga Tantra. And then the three Kula fire puja is probably represent Charya Tantra. I'm not sure, probably another, whether Charya or Kriya Tantra. And then Vajrayogini is, of course, another Anuttara Yoga. Now you can see His Holiness 42nd Ratna Vajra Rinpoche has taken his seat. He's on his right is seated His Eminence Asanga Vajra Rinpoche. They will be conducting the Hevajra mandala fire puja. And then on Asanga's right is seated one of the young Dungses of, I think he's the son of His Holiness 43rd Gyanavajra Rinpoche, if I'm not wrong. I'm not too familiar with the faces because I haven't been back to India last few years, and this young generation has just come out of very quickly. Both His Holiness 42nd and 43rd Gyana Vajra Rinpoche, who's the current head of Sakya, they both have 3 children, 3 holy children. So we are so blessed that this holy family has not only stayed strong, but they have also produced their successors. These are not just physical hereditary lineage holders. They are made just by being in the Khen family, where in a manner in which each Khen Sakya family, whether they are throne holder or not, how much they have contributed to the Sakya lineages is mind-blowing, you can say. The Ngorchen Kunga Zangbo is not a Sakya head of Sakya lineage, but nevertheless, as I said, he is born out of the wedlock of Sakya Khen family, and therefore became the great founder of Ngor monastery, and then became the amazing lineage holder of Vinaya in Tibet. Ngorchen Kunga Zangbo is prophesied in the sutras by the Buddha that how he will propagate and uphold the pure Dharma lineage, and particularly Vinaya lineage, and that came from this very blessed Khen family. So this I wanted to highlight this because people know Ngorchen is great, but I want to say why he's great is because he is also from the Khen family. No wonder why he is great. We can all entrust this kind of faith that and all the Sakya Khen family young ones who are under training will lift the weight like their forefathers. The great care and energy that goes in training these young ones by not only their holy fathers but their amazing goddess mothers itself is the bodhisattva activities happening in the whole family from the top down to the kitchen sink level. When I look at some of the lamas who are attendants to His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen, 42nd, 43rd, and even down in the people who do the cooking and washing, and how they take care of the whole family and all their devotees, they are definitely something kind of awe and wondrous activities in supporting the Dharma. While Sakya lineage is relatively small in terms of population, but it is not small in its qualities and those people who actually uphold it. Because Dharma in Tibet, from the very early days of the 9th century, it was said to be 2 types of monastics: householder monastic and the celibate monastics. So in Tibetan Buddhism, while celibate monastic population is quite big, but the work of the householder monastics and their contribution is enormous. This is not just in Sakya lineage. This is from early days of Drumtompa, Padmasambhava, Marpa, Milarepa, and all the Sakya Trizins. They are all householder monastics. The Tibetan Dharma king, Trizin, and Padmasambhava and Shantarakshita, the trio of these, and Khen Lop Che Sum, the abbot, Shantarakshita, and then the master, the Padmasambhava, and the king, Trizin Detsen. These 3 had the vision to allow the duality of the monastics, the ordained, the celibate monastics, and householder monastics. These days, the people still prefer to have celibate monastics leading them. Sure, but if you look at the Tibetan Buddhism, some of the most amazing contributors of the Dharma were equally performed by householder monastics. In just this last generation, you see His Holiness Dunjum Rinpoche, His Holiness Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche, His Holiness Minling Trichen Rinpoche, and His Holiness, of course, Sakya Gongma Trichen. All are towers of the Tibetan Buddhism. These are only second to His Holiness Dalai Lama by status and the position. But otherwise, their contribution is not comparable, even hundreds of celibate monastics. So therefore, the bodhisattvas manifest whatever is more appropriate form and position in which they contribute to the furtherance of the teachings of the Dharma. Tibetan Buddhism is very healthy because of that, because it allows not only fully ordained celibate monastics to study and train and meditate and teach, but just as well also householder monastics. Householders only is householder, but they're not engaging in ordinary worldly trade and business and cultivating fields and looking after animals. They're not. Their life is completely monastic. They're always spending life in monasteries. They study, they memorize, they do the retreat, sometimes even more than the celibate monastics. Some of the yogis were all householder yogis. Milarepa did not even have his hair cut. He was so much a renunciate. So therefore, I thought I say that today. Because the Sakya lineage has a predominantly the householder lineage leaders. And so, but on the other hand, we have monastic, celibate monastics like Luding Khenchen Rinpoche, like late Gyabje Chogi Trichen Rinpoche, Khenchen Ape Rinpoche, and Deshung Tulku Rinpoche, just to name a few. We also have just as many important. They all have amazing respect to each other. There's no treatment of each other, one being better than the other. They all revere each other as what pure realized practitioners should. So now you can see the stage is all set. Everybody has basically taken their seat. We can see His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen sitting on the northern side of the mandala. But actual procedure hasn't begun yet, I can see. And the other teachers and Vajra masters, we saw His Holiness 42nd is sitting on the east side. The east is the where Hevajra mandala is set up. And now you can see all the ritual assistant lamas are putting all the necessary fuel. It is said that preferably the fuel should be white sandalwood. I'm pretty sure they have acquired a couple of truckload of white sandalwood. By the way, Dehradun is a very forestry kind of related town. Dehradun has a very strict kind of code of what you can pull down as trees or not. But in South India has many white sandalwood, so I wouldn't be surprised. This is all my commentary, so you have to put up with. They probably would have brought all this white sandalwood from South India. Now you can see from here, next to this you can see Luding Khenchen Rinpoche. On his right is Abhaya, His Eminence Abhaya Vajra Rinpoche. Abhaya Vajra Rinpoche is a holy son of one of the Sakya. His father is, I think, Zaya Rinpoche. So he's the only ordained member of the Sakya Khön family leaders that we have today. Of course, in the past, we had his uncle, his late uncle, who also lived in Seattle, was ordained, and he spent his life lived as ordained, but he didn't get to do much in terms of a role of Dharma publicly. I'm not saying he wasn't doing Dharma otherwise, but so it will be very nice to see our blessed Khen family member actually living as a monastic and leading us and the lineage. So he saw his eminent Abhaya Vajra Rinpoche, who we saw sitting next to Luding Khenchen Rinpoche, is currently studying in Dzongsar Monastic Institute, and he speaks very fluent English. And his story of how he decided to follow his elder brother Avikrita Rinpoche, who we will meet in a minute as the camera focuses on them, said that if you are going to India to help our lineage to do that, then he said, what am I doing here in Seattle? Then I should also follow you. So the younger brother, incredible, said that I too must follow you. So he just completely himself. And then he said, not only should I follow you, and I also should become a monk. And so every time I hear about that little story, it gives me incredible faith in how each of those mind stream of those Khen family must be like to be in that blood, working for the cause of the Dharma incredibly. Even though his father, both their father, Zaya Rinpoche, and Zaya Rinpoche's brother, Mati Rinpoche, and Ani Rinpoche, and then and then others. They have 5 brothers, actually. His Holiness late Dakchen Rinpoche has 5 sons. Incredible. But they tried very hard by Dakchen Rinpoche under the tutelage of Deshung Rinpoche to teach them Tibetan and train them dharmically. But having brought up in USA, all of them become very, very well educated, successful, but their training and practices weren't quite adequate enough to make any of them feel confident to take up the role that their father and others did. But all of them married, and that's why you have His Eminent Avikrita Rinpoche, Abhaya Vajra Rinpoche. They are both the sons of Zaya Rinpoche, who may be somewhere there. If there is, I will introduce you later. And he's married to a daughter of one H.E.Ngor Rinpoche, Kamtru Rinpoche, who passed away again. And their matrimonial relationship had produced these 2 very special Dungses, Avikrita Rinpoche and Abhaya Vajra Rinpoche. And they're both really, really promising to fulfill the hopes of their grandfather and all of us really devotees to the very activities of the Sakya Khen family. So we are therefore very blessed to have very young, very able younger generation who are being trained as we speak, who have been really receiving most amazing, kind, and gracious guidance from His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trizin Rinpoche, treating all of them as his own sons, as they actually are, because they're all really from the same family. So we are so blessed to have them all, and especially today, you're gonna sort of see them perform these various rituals that will take place. Going back to the importance of honoring the holy body of the deceased, master, is that while the body itself is no different than ordinary people's body, but the body is the body, but content is the mind stream of who they were. They lived in that body. Therefore, the devotees treat every single iota or atoms of the body with great respect and care. And while the normal remains of the deceased are either disposed by burying or various other ways of disposing, but the highest, best way to honor the holy body of the deceased is cremation. And so Buddha himself was cremated in Kushinagar. If you go to Kushinagar, the place where Buddha passed away, there is a actual kind of ruins called Ramabar that is said to be the place where Buddha was cremated, or it automatically took burned by itself. And then relics from that cremation were divided into 8 portions, and then hence we have 8 different Buddhist stupas that are, each of them are related with the life of the Buddha. Like a Lumbini, the Lumbini birthplace of Buddha has one stupa called Lotus Hip Stupa. The design of the stupas, while the top and the vase part are identical, but below the vase and above the actual throne, the shape of the stupas are different. So the Lumbini has what we call lotus hip stupa, and then Kushinagar is called Mahaparinirvana stupa. Mahaparinirvana stupa is a stupa that is shape of the vase is rather that of a actual funeral stupa. So here now you see His Holiness 43rd Gyana Vajra Rinpoche. He is going to preside over the Trikula fire puja, and Trikula means 3 holy families. This refers to the 3 bodhisattvas, Avalokiteshvara, Manjushri, and Vajrapani. So 3 means 3, Kula means family, so 3 bodhisattvas. Some of you may have received the 3 Kula empowerment. So the fire puja that he will preside over is the 3 Kula fire puja. And then the other one we haven't. That's one. Yeah, that's His Eminence Tartse Khen Rinpoche. Tartse Khen Rinpoche will be conducting the Maha Vairochana fire puja. He's sitting on the south, facing north. On his right and left are seated the Luding Khenchen and Cancer Khenchen of H.E.Ngor Monastery. And so you can see now, because we could not hear the actual chanting and much proceeding, maybe they're all getting ready to do the basic prayers. Now you can see everybody has taken seat, and they are already doing some prayer. So because the prayer could not be made audible for various reasons, because if you made it audible, you wouldn't know which is which, because they're all 5 different rituals are performed simultaneously, and because of that, they could not possibly justifiably put the audio on. But if you were to tune in just on Facebook, through which this live stream is coming through, you probably could hear some things, depending where the mic is, because there's such a vast area. They're sitting on 5 different directions of the whole center, and you can see the thousands of people sitting outside with all these amazing floral patterns representing offerings. And only a few days ago, some of you may have seen it. They had a cloud formation in the top of Mandawala that looked like Mahasiddha Virupa. As the Mahasiddha Virupa suspending the course of the sun. So there were many such mysterious phenomena will appear. And this, you can see the very layout of the structure of stupa and all those around is all made to look like a rainbow color. And they're just like mainly looking really awnings between the Vajra master and the stupa, the funeral stupa. Yeah, you can see that is His Holiness Tatsa Khen Rinpoche. On his right was Kansar Khen Shabdrung. On the left is Luding Shabdrung. So these are all Ngor monastery important lamas. And Ngor monastery in Mandawala is a very special center. It has a couple of 300 or 400 strong monastic community where they train in all the rituals, and particularly it has the tantric college in which they teach not only the theory of the tantra but also actually practice of the rituals of particularly 7 mandalas of Ngor tradition. And the 7 mandalas Ngor tradition and teachings are all practiced and taught here at this monastery. It's enviable by even any Tibetan Buddhist lineage in a manner that Luding Khen Rinpoche and Luding Khenchen has established this center to what it is now is quite amazing. Not only that, even the Ngor monastery in Tibet is now headed by the 78th abbot of Ngor, Pende Khen Rinpoche. Pende Khen Rinpoche is presiding over the Ngor monastery in Tibet, which he is due to his position. So now you can see his Holiness 43rd. On his right is 26th Chogyed Trichen. There's one important Westerner who's sitting there, and his name I don't know, but he's got a really prominent position there. Anyway, next to on the right of His Eminence 43rd is 26th Chogyed Trichen. He is the grandnephew of late Kyabje Chogyed Trichen Rinpoche. He was born in Tibet in the Shalukushang family, and of course he was deliberately brought from Tibet to be trained as a successor of Kyabje Chogyed Trichen Rinpoche. And therefore, rightly so, in 2018, that at least a good 12 years after passing away of Kyabje Chogyed Trichen, he was enthroned as the 26th Chogyed Trichen, along with the 27th Chogyed Trichen, who also was a Shabdrung. Both of them were trained under Kyabje Chogyed Trichen Rinpoche, and so who you will see in a minute. I will introduce you. It seems the position of camera, this is one angle, and so this angle only shows you from the back of the one of the side of the probably one of the cardinal direction, no, the intermediate direction of the mandala, from where you can see the sizable, at least there's 150 lamas on each of the 5 mandalas. So that is, we're talking 600. Those who are actually, probably they are all graduates of retreats. They all have finished. Some of them may not have finished, but majority of them, they should have all be completed. These days, a lot of the Shedra monks, while they are conversant in the Buddhist philosophy, they have not yet done any of the major retreats, which is quite a disappointing thing. But at least good number of those who are participating in this ritual have to be graduates, meaning who have completed the retreat. At least the Vajra master has to be one who has completed the retreats, put it that way. Uh, um, so anyway, so there's a good 600-700, and now and then you can see on far right of His Holiness Sakya Trizin is seated one is Deshung Tulku Rinpoche. I don't know what his role is there, but he's one of the participant presiding teachers during the ceremony. But Deshung Rinpoche is of course His Holiness Dakchen Rinpoche's brother-in-law, and therefore teacher of all his sons. And Deshung Rinpoche escaped to USA with Dakchen Rinpoche in the early 60s and lived in USA largely as advisor to quite a lot of senior Tibetan Buddhist academics in American subcontinent. And you wouldn't believe the influence that he had on those people is not just academic students, Even though Washington University never offered Deshung Rinpoche even as a lecturer position, let alone senior or professor, maybe as an informant of some sort, But the influence that he had to people like Professor Terry Wiley, as well as many others, some of the towering Tibetan Buddhist scholars in American universities today are all Deshung Rinpoche's students. And Deshung Rinpoche's teachings were published in a book called 3 Levels of Spiritual Perception. So that's one of the published teachings by Deshung Rinpoche. Deshung Rinpoche, as a brother-in-law of Dakchen Rinpoche, and of course uncle of Dharma Kushola, and very important figure to each of the Dungses of Phuntsok Pordang. He stayed in Seattle many years, helped Dakchen Rinpoche and themselves together to found the original Sakya Tekchen Ling, before it was formed into Sakya Monastery. And then in 1981, he traveled to India to attend the Lamdre Lopshe that His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen gave in Puruwala. I was fortunate to meet him then. And then, anyway, to cut the long story short, Deshung Rinpoche passed away in 1987 after he has founded the Palam Monastery in Kathmandu. Late Tariq Tulku Rinpoche was a great helper in securing the land and all the necessary help to help him to build that beautiful Talam monastery. So this Deshung Rinpoche, who we briefly saw, you will see him again, is the reincarnation of previous Deshung Rinpoche. And this Deshung Rinpoche is now in his early 30s, if I'm not wrong. And he has got an American mother, Carolyn, who I know, and and then his father is a Tibetan, and so that's how that matrimony produced Deshung Rinpoche, who we have very great hope for what he is and will be able to do to fulfill the wishes and the legacy and vision of previous Deshung Rinpoche. So you will see him again. He's really tall. He speaks very. Right now, he hasn't come out yet to teach very much. He's been studying, very studious, very disciplined. He didn't even want to go back to America. He just want to stay in Kathmandu. And yes, we met him when he was a little boy. I remember the day he was enthroned. That was enthroned, and now he's ready to fly and lead many people. So we have many younger generation Rinpoches who have been born in exile, who have been trained under the watchful eyes of His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen and all the lineage masters. And that's Deshung Rinpoche, who you will see in a minute. So it looks like they're all doing the prayer. You can see in India it's still winter, so it's quite cold. Cold, and the ritual can take between 2 to 3 hours, because each of the rituals are right now they're doing all self-generation. I can tell they're all doing the self-generation because each of the Vajra masters and his associates sitting on that side, with the exception of the ritual assistant, they all have to do what we call self-generation. They have to do themselves meditate in the form of the deity concerned. And they're not performing the ritual as ordinary. They have to be in a meditative state of themselves being the deity, and then only when then they can create the not only the in the mandala but inside the funeral stupa. This holy body that is there is not really treated as a mortal remains of Luding Khenchen anymore, but will be generated itself in form of a deity. So that holy body has a lot to cope with because it will be generated into 5 different bodies. So it can't remain the same, can't remain in the same mortal body anymore. It will be generated in the relevant deities of each of the 5 mandala that's going to be performed. If I'm too quick, I will slow down because not just not just for you, but also for myself, because this is going to be at least 2-3 hours. So take a couple of moments of silence. Now you can see that with lots of offerings of food and ceremonial sweet rice and drinks has been prepared, and offerings, monetary offerings, mandala offerings from various individuals are all being arranged for days and days. So you can see all the administrating monks are carrying trays full of katas and offerings on behalf of monasteries, different organizations, different traditions, and different monasteries, and so on. You can see each of them carrying those trays represents some different organizations and making the offerings. And these offerings are going to be made to each of the 5 Vajra masters, as well as every one of the participating ritual ceremony. This is a very big kind of a manner in which Tibetan Buddhist tradition make the offerings. So there's a lot of commotion in Tibetan Buddhist rituals. Hardly time to sit still and meditate. Thankfully, all the lamas know the prayers by heart, or at least the text is right next to them. Otherwise, they're quite distracting, all people bringing in food and bringing you money and giving you sweet rice and sometimes, some potato, curry or whatever. It's quite a scene and quite an activity. It's like a speeding. I would say it's a feeding spree. And this is Asanga Vajra Rinpoche sitting next to His Holiness Ratna Vajra Rinpoche, who we already have seen. So these are the only few camera angles we seem to be getting. Hopefully it can change a bit because we would like to see a few different angles if possible. I'm sure this commentary is also heard by some people down there, and definitely the viewers would have the advantage of knowing where everything is happening. So you can see the white parasol there. So one of the Vajra masters obviously is sitting under that. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is His Holiness Sakya Kongma Trichen sitting on the northern side of the mandala and sitting under the parasol. So I don't know whether there is one such parasol on each of the Vajra masters or not. I don't think so. And then you can see immediately right in front of very in front of us um, is I think Chiwang Tulku Rinpoche, who is sitting on the southwest. Yeah, that's right, southwest, and who's presiding over the Vajrayogini fire puja mandala. So there's a little bit of a kind of interruption there, but it will be resumed shortly. Yeah, so this is this angle from which we're looking seems to be the southwest side of the mandala, and so that gentleman is Ani Vajra Rinpoche. That's the father of Asanga Vajra Rinpoche, who obviously must have been making offerings. So that's that. Asanga Vajra Rinpoche's father is Ani Vajra Rinpoche. Ani Vajra Rinpoche is, if I'm not wrong, is the third son of Dakchen Rinpoche. He studied law, and he's a constitution lawyer, and he spent a couple of years in Dharamsala to help the Tibetan government exile to write their constitution. So that's Ani Vajra Rinpoche. That's, I think, Dzongsar Khyentse Rinpoche, if I'm not wrong, who made an offering. It might be wrong. Sorry if I'm wrong, because I'm often wrong. So it's not very not unnormal. So back to that same angle from which we could see the vast number of the crowd, the sangha participating in the ritual. This is the Vajrayogini side of the mandala.
Benza me la gundale hana ho bezo Zomba Shuda Zawa Lama Zomba Shuda Ha Lombe Ngale Yamle Lunge Jingo
Now they
the
are
world
doing the
changes
ritual
the mother
of
Pinda
actually
Ramle Me Jingo to Marbo Marana
kindle the fire,
Pinda
generating what we call the mandalas themselves in the form of the Agni. The Agni means fire god. First, they have to create once all the practitioner in the form of the deity will then visualize, kindle the fire in the ritual oven, and to do that, including His Holiness Sakya Kongma Trichen, he and the other presiding masters on each of the 5 mandalas will will go around the stupa, kindle the I would say the pilot light, and then they will do a circumambulation. Yeah, so now they're reciting the prayers of kindling the fire. Um, There seem to be lots of people making offerings, so this would be very, very kind of a, you can see it doesn't really matter where they're going in the main crowd, but when it comes to the main activities of kindling the fire, we couldn't see for that. For instance, in terms of prayer, it has already progressed. Prayer is already progressing in visualizing the fire, the flame, visualized as the Agni, but you can see it has not yet kindled yet. So obviously, we'll have to see how that's going to take place, because it's quite cumbersome, challenging for His Holiness for the first to get down from his throne and walk down and then kindle it. I don't know whether he will do it physically or he will just light the torch from the throne and give it to one of the ritual assistants. So we are actually more advantageous. We can at least have a 3 or 4 angles. This is the main angle. This looks like the angle. This is the view where His Holiness Sakya Trichen is viewing. So the cameraman is right in front of his throne and looking at the stupa of holy body it's in, and this is the kind of a far right side of His Holiness shoulder, from where you can see the main lama sitting in front of that is Chiwan Tulku Rinpoche and all these other lamas who are doing the Vajrayogini fire ritual. So they are on this side of the angle, and you can see all the people now, monks are going around into the aisles, making those offering trays of katas and money, making offerings. So that kind of scene usually takes over the most Tibetan Buddhist monastic rituals and ceremonies, because everybody wants to make an offering. And in Tibetan Buddhism, offerings are only made in these kind of situations. You don't see the monks go in begging alms on the street, and so people go to the temple or the festivals, monasteries, situation where they can then all bring their savings and make offerings to each lamas to make a good karmic connection. So it's a very important and very important way of how Tibetan Buddhism finances its practitioners, by encouraging people to make offering on such occasions, and not only the people who are there, but even those people who couldn't go, they usually request the people to make those offerings. Yeah. So now you can see some form of rituals are starting from His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen's side. The fire hasn't lit yet, so it still will take up for a while, because they are serving tea and sweet rice and making all the offerings. So that'll take a good few minutes before the actual things begin, because once the fire has been lit, it cannot be interrupted, because the ritual will then continue. So you can see the recitation of the mantra. The teachers, presiding Vajra masters have to do the rituals and do sufficient number of mantras. And once that's over, then in that pride of being that deity, and then they will officiate the actual fire puja. The fire puja is a very Indian origin. The fire is outer form of it, but internally it is not fire. It is the Agni, the god, fire god. There's two fire pujas happening. One is to the worldly fire god. Another is the wisdom fire god. Wisdom fire god is the deity like Hevajra or Vajrayogini or Trikula Natha or Mahavirochana or that. So so the fire is the substances they offer. Substances like usually consists of 13 substances. Oil is offered for the abundance of the spiritual growth of individuals. Then a body tree, body brick, they call it, is a wood is offered. Not the ordinary kind of fuel to burn the substances, but special ritual firewood that are cut into particular length and blessed and dipped with honey and oil on either side, and then offer it into the fire as for the purpose of praying for the sake of the practitioner eventually attaining enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. So the wood is offered as a Bodhi tree, so the practitioner will be able to have sufficient merit to attain enlightenment under Bodhi tree. And then there is, of course, oil. The fluid, liquid is the oil. The dry is usually consists of many types of grains. The grains like rice, wheat, bean, and brown rice, and like what we call unhusked rice. All these types of grains are offered. Then also other offerings like kusha grass is offered, and a mixture of various cake mix like food mixture is also offered. All of this offered for the abundance and the nurturing of the practitioners by the food of the Dharma. So here, of course, the fire puja is offered as to largely to do externally to do the cremation, burning of the holy body. But the burning of the holy body is the witness kind of appearance of the ritual, but actually is not that. Actually, is the fire that is caused burnt by not only the wood and materials and the holy body. The fire itself should be viewed as the deity. And then each of the materials these we offer is offering to these, so that the karma and the broken samaya between us and our gurus are restored. So usually the prayers are offered either to allay obstacles or increase luck, merit, or enrichment, power or peace, or whatever they say the particular purpose of the ritual is. Here in this case, it is to fulfill the wishes of His Holiness Luding Khenchen Rinpoche's profound Dharma aspirations that he has given his whole life for, and that we as followers and disciples have opportunity to purify our karma. So now His Holiness is giving direction to Luding Khenpo, perhaps to do the kindling and circumambulating the stupa. Let's see. So I'm just guessing, because it will be too cumbersome for His Holiness to get down from the throne and going that. Um, so yeah, we must remember that it is said that I was reading last night the work on how to cremate holy bodies, written by Jamgon Lotre Wangpo. And he said during the ritual, the practitioner should review their own samayas, Pratimoksha samaya, Bodhisattva vows, and the tantric vows, or any other kind of transgressions or wrongdoings they may have committed in their life, to the extent of not pleasing our gurus like Luding Khenchen Rinpoche. We should rejoin the ritual and offer our prayers in confession. And as they offer the materials in the fire and they get burned, we also offer our prayers to confess our misdeeds. You wouldn't believe any impure perception that we have of our gurus, and say things that are really not respectful and things like that. These are all infractions. These are transgressions of our samaya. We're not meant to do any harm to any sentient being, let alone to our gurus. In this modern age, you wouldn't believe how many people wouldn't hesitate to judge and to pass negative remarks of their teachers, their kind of perceived perception of their own negativities, and they don't realize how heavy our karma is to commit negative karma in general, criticizing anybody. Even as a Mayan, a Buddhist should not criticize any sentient beings. And because if we do, it upsets the person, whoever hears it, it harms other people. While people may not kill sentient beings with knives and rocks, but the kind of remarks people make actually is very, very divisive, very, very destructive. So therefore, excellent opportunity, not only people who have karmic connection with the Luding Khenchen Rinpoche, but any connection they have with spiritual Dharma masters, and they have not been so respectful and courteous in maintaining their pure perception of the gurus, but have they transgressed any of the major samayas that transgresses the kind of etiquette and respect we must offer, and then it is an excellent opportunity to offer our prayers of confession. Not only that, also our prayers of rejoicing. How much merit and benefit that we have seen or witnessed by seeing the works of Luding Khenchen Rinpoche and other living masters, and towards which we have been small part to contribute to. We should rejoice all our little efforts. Some of you have been doing lots of backbreaking jobs into helping the Dharma centers, Dharma groups. They're your teachers, and you should all rejoice today that likes of Luding Khenchen Rinpoche and are only able to fulfill his amazing Dharma activities because his Luding Khenchen Rinpoche Dharma work is very much contributed by many multitude of people. And whatever effort that you have made, directly or indirectly, you should rejoice that and not feel, oh, I did all of that, I didn't get anything back, that kind of worldly, materialistic views. So you can see now all the different people making offerings. This offering kind of a ritual still takes, what the mandala said. They are offering the tray full of the mandala and then statues. Statues offer to asking to live long. Scriptures offer to turn the wheel of Dharma. Stupa is offered requesting to stay in the meditative state. And so different organizations are offering, you can see, and different individuals are also offering. And this is very important because everybody wants to take an opportunity to confess their transgressions of a dharma and all the three vows, whether it is pratimoksha or bodhisattva or vajrayana vows, transgression should be purified. And by making these kind of offerings, it enables us to relieve our mind of our own limitations and also be kind to each other. And so you can see this is Ngorpa monastery making offerings because Luding Khen Rinpoche himself is there. And I saw one of the very important attendant of late Luding Khenchen Rinpoche also making the offering. And there is one of our Dharma sister from Singapore making offering on, I think she's Pili, I can't tell, on behalf of many Dharmas devotees, which are many in Singapore and that area. Amazing devotees they have that supports and follows the teachings of His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen last 40-50 years. Singapore Sakya Dam building and their Dharma community is very much a bedrock of the Tibetan Sakya Tibetan Buddhism in exile. Their contribution in terms of time and money and effort in all Sakya communities is really, you can see they have left a huge imprint. While we do not see many Southeast Asian Buddhist followers becoming monastics and study hard and become successors, but the way they support the actual all of the lineage masters, their plan, their projects, whether it's building monasteries or schools or whatever, these Dhammas groups and devotees are incredible. Their financial contribution, from small to big, has made many of the monasteries to be so well built, so well roofed, so well painted, and so well, I would say, administered, and monks can study, and they all have roof over their head, and they have food and medication, sanitation. It's all made by very many incredible devotees from all over the world. And particularly the Southeast Asian Buddhists have a strong culture to do that. They don't have to be encouraged. They just do it without even ask, They call them red packet, They just all have wads of red packet and ready to offer, because they wanted to make a connection to each of the Dharma masters. So now you can see maybe they will going to lit the funeral pyre. You can see each of the Vajra masters are now coming here with the torch. That's one I can see on is H.E.Dzongsar Rinpoche, who's doing the Mahavirachana fire puja. And then you can see that's a Ratna, Gyana Vajra Rinpoche, Ratna Vajra. Each of them are now holding the torch. Each of the four Vajra masters, Ratna Vajra Rinpoche, Gyana Vajra Rinpoche, Luding Khenpo, and then H.E.Dzongsar Khenpo. All of them, four of them, are now holding the torches, and and then soon they will have to hand the torch to someone completely stranger. They usually have to give it to a stranger. I don't know how that will happen. Someone anonymously appears, and they will then take the torch and put it inside the stupa. So that's what's about to happen. see, now they're all going up with the torch in their hand. Yeah, the last one is one with long beard is Chiwan Tulku Rinpoche. He's the one who's doing the Vajra Yogini. And see, they're all circumambulating the stupa, which contains the holy body. So that's His Holiness Ratna Vajra Rinpoche, second His Holiness Gyana Vajra Rinpoche, then His Eminent Luding Khenchen Khen Rinpoche, and then His Eminent Tartse Khen Rinpoche, and then Most Venerable Chiwang Tulku Rinpoche with the long beard. So they are the, are representing the 5 mandalas in which each of the 5 mandala, 5 pujas is going to be performed. So I'm not sure how all the 5 mandalas are placed. Probably they are either stacked on top of each other or kind of overlaid on each other, because there is no really room for all the 5 mandalas to fit in that stupa. Or they, because it doesn't matter, they all have to dissolve into emptiness and they have to create that into deity anyway. That's just kind of a ritual kind of a thing. So then when the 5 pujas offered, the ritual master, the Vajra master have to offer each of the ingredient mostly by these two ladles. One is pouring ladle, one is the filling ladle. The pouring ladle and the filling ladle. So when the pouring one pours into the filling ladle, and then this is poured into the main ritual assistants bring a basin in which he receives like the oil. And the oil is offered by filling and pouring ladle, and then the other materials are actually offered by the 2 hands. But the filling and the oil is the main kind of substance used throughout in order to assist the burning of all the materials. So they still haven't yet kindled the actual the funeral pyre. They're doing still the relevant prayers. So now the fire has been lit, and the dissolving all things into emptiness, everything in the stupa and the holy body and all the things are dissolved into emptiness. Out of the state of emptiness, they have to create the firstly what we call uh, the the mandala or celestial palace of the Agni, the fire god, because the fire puja takes two stages. So first they have to make the offering to the worldly fire god Agni, and without offering to the worldly fire god Agni, you can't make a fire puja to the transcendental wisdom, the deity. So, because you have to firstly pay respect to the local spirits or traditional owners of the land, so to speak. So the fire, the Agni is the king of the fire. He's the fire god. And without appeasing the fire god, you cannot offer the fire, make the fire puja even to the transcendental wisdom deity. So this is a kind of ritual step. They have to first do the offering to the worldly fire puja and to worldly fire god, and the number of items offered to the fire god is only about 11. So they offer the oil and each of the items 11 times, and they have to recite the mantra. They recite the fire, the Agni's fire mantra, as well as substance mantra, and so the deity's mantra and substance mantra, and they offer. So now you can see the funeral pyre has already been lit. The smoke is billowing, and this fire should not be seen as a ordinary fire, but should be seen and visualized and described and meditated by each practitioners in the form of the Agni. Agni is a kind of fire god that's riding on a goat, So that's a kind of iconographical description of the fire god. And then each of the items, each of the materials are offered to the Agni to appease and please them, asking his power to assist the fulfillment of these noble wishes of the enlightened ones, and the spread of the holy Dharma, so that all the obstacles in the world be pacified, all the appropriate positive conditions come to realize. So these are fairly general kind of prayers, but nevertheless very inclusive. So that's why people want to contribute to these things, and they should also pray. May all of their own karma is purified. May the world enjoy peace and harmony, and may all the natural disasters come to an end. The world has seen terrible. We have never seen any terrible thing like the pandemic and all the natural disasters. They definitely need to be purified. These definitely are collective karma. So now, not only the prayers are inclusive in that, but we also who are participating in at least in this way, let alone those who are there in person or those who will actually make the actual monetary offering towards each offering. May all your karma be purified. May all the merit that you have cultivated will come to good use for the benefit of all sentient beings. So you need to make your wishes and prayers to be ablaze with the fire, because quite a lot of time your wishes aren't taking off, your negativities aren't purifying, and so usually fire puja is performed for many important purposes, not just to cremate someone's body, but that's of course one off thing. But throughout the life, we make many fire pujas, and whether it's your health, whether it's your personal life, whether it's your family's life or business or mundane, whatever, there are always some obstacles. Some of these obstacles are definitely karmic, and they're not removable easily unless you do some powerful rituals and ceremonies as they are prescribed. So, fire puja is often prescribed to when you acquire a new land, or you want to do a big new project, or you are stuck with lots of obstacles in your life, um, or at the conclusion of a retreat, we do fire pujas. Also, Thanksgiving, you offer fire pujas, or in order to pacify some conflicts in the world. They are not pacifying otherwise, but sometimes peaceful fire pujas are performed through whatever deity. Sometimes, in order to some people's luck and the mundane world and material economic world is not going very well, so they have to also do fire puja to increase, magnetize your wealth and luck and so on. So you can also have fire puja that is associated with enrichment, and each of the fire pujas, peace one is white fire puja, and enrichment is yellow fire puja, and power is red fire puja, and then there is the wrathful one is blue fire puja, and so we call peace, enrichment, power, and force. Four activity fire pujas are performed. Um, so this particular fire puja that they're offering are more likely to with a peaceful fire puja, to pacify all the negative karma and to rectify all our samaya transgressions, and to purify all our negative karma, and to fulfill the wishes of our noble guru. And so you can actually, the fire puja could be performed in under one deity, but each of the fire deity can perform four types of fire pujas. And sometimes the 4 or 5 pujas are performed one after another, by changing the position and location of the Vajra masters. But today, these 5 fire pujas happening simultaneously. If they add too much material, of course, it will be very difficult for the fire to. So they may have planned in a particular way that the amount and the quantity and the things that they add has to be very well timed. But the funeral stupa is fairly big enough, and these days the materials are supplies come in really abundance, and so if the wood is sandalwood, and wood cannot have any wetness and any insects or anything like that, they have to really make sure that the wood is very carefully selected, and not to mention all the materials. Each of the materials from sesame seed to beans, or all various sizes, all of them has to be washed and dried, and sometimes preferably colored according to the fire puja. Whether that's happening today or not, I'm not sure because I can't tell. But you can definitely see they're mainly pouring the materials from this angle, from this side of the stupa, because that's the way the and so now you can see they're taking the kusha grass. The 8 long kusha grass are put around the 4 cardinal and 4 intermediate directions, because kusha grass was a very important part of the Buddha's attainment of enlightenment. He himself sat on the kusha grass, and he didn't use any other kind of comfortable cushion material. He used just kusha grass to sit on, and the Brahmin who gave him the Kushagra's name is swastika, and so Buddha thought that name was very, very auspicious, because swastika, while people have a different interpretation in the post-war era, but actually, word swastika means stay well, stay well, suastika. So that your sitting meditation remains still and not becoming swayed and moved by any distractions and dullness. So so now so the kushagras, 8 kushagras offer right at the very beginning, for the sake of purifying the mandala. Then later on, kushagras itself is offered as any of the other 13 substances, in order to have purity in the practitioner's mind. So all of the different kind of materials have a slightly different purposes. So now the fire puja of offering to the worldly Agni god is right underway. It's very hard to accept for many practitioners to see their holy master, who was in flesh, who was like the living Buddha among themselves, whose activities, whose discipline, whose thoughts, whose every moment of where they be is amazing. Their holy presence. Now that very holy presence is going to be incinerated in fire. So from that point of view, it is quite emotional for most people to be able to witness this. But these days, the doing the cremation of holy masters in done with the great preparation and care that everybody can actually actively participate, in order that they do not think it's a lost of the passing away of master, but rather it's a find of what his life was and is, and should continue to be a source of our beliefs and inspiration. So you can see all the devotees in tears, because they did not really wanted to see his holy body to be cremated or disposed in any way. There is some tradition they actually embalm the body and keep it inside a lookalike statue, and keep it as the main shrine in some of the monasteries. In Tibet, there are some great masters' holy body has been embalmed like that, and the devotees wouldn't like them to be disposed in any way. So of course, from Buddhistically, that's a problem, because the whole idea that is passing away of that great masters itself is the final teaching, that everything is really impermanent, and you should not become attached, because all of the sufferings are caused by our attachment to some things. Not because what people did to us, but our attachment to things, or to what we think they did or they didn't. And much of our suffering comes from attachment. So most people do not want to burn things that they attach to, even though that's the cause of problem. They still want to keep on the story, they keep on the narrative, as if they don't want to suffer. They wanted to suffer forever, because they want to keep that going. So the burning of holy body and the disintegration of the body itself is a constant teaching. Do not hold on to your views, your opinions, your materials, your stories, what you did, what you didn't. You should not be clinging to them. they should be all burned into the fire of wisdom, discerning emptiness. This is the real teaching of fire puja. Fire represents the wisdom of the deity, and your problem represents emptiness, you know. So if you have wisdom discerning emptiness, you understand, then you will see all your stories of poor me are all illusions. They're just the fuel to the fire of wisdom. The more you see these things, the more you should realize they're empty, their lack of inherent, independent, or truly existing thing. So therefore, the burning of the materials represent the things that we are so much hoarding and clinging. Lots of people in the modern world, most of their problem comes from emotional feeling like resentment and anger and sadness and hurt and loss. These things are to be burned with the wisdom of emptiness. Vajrayana is using the fire puja not as a Hindu ritual. Some people think this is a Hindu ritual. Of course, all Buddhist practices has its origin in India, so we don't want to deny that. There's nothing wrong with many of the Indian Hindu rituals. They're all authentic. And we wanted to authentically preserve the very teachings that the fire represents wisdom. Because what does fire do? Fire destroys things. If you have the wisdom discerning emptiness, it will destroy your sufferings. It will destroy your poor me mentalities. The reason things aren't shifting in your life is because you're keeping them. You're storing them. You do not want to have the wisdom knowing things are impermanent, things are not truly existing, things do not have self. We are not wanting to visit that. So the fire is used in Vajrayana as a skillful method to incinerate the fuel of your suffering. Teaching talk about truth of suffering as the first noble truth, the true origin of suffering, and then the cessation of the suffering, and then the path that leads to the cessation. And the cessation of suffering is like burning of the suffering. So all the ingredients we are burning in the fire is not so that we are wasting food and oil and lots of no. We are burning our karma. We're burning our afflictions. We're burning things we are attached to. We hoard it, then we go and get things, we hoard them, we dare not to use for ourselves or give it to others. These kind of attachment to things, to attitudes, to behaviors, these all needs to be incinerated. So when the Vajra master pours the oil from the filling ladle to the pouring ladle to the filling ladle, and then that oil is received and taken to the fire and poured, they're visualizing, may all the karma, may all the negativities, may all the sufferings of the benefactors, of each of the contributors, may their life, may the karma be purified. So they have to be deeply in meditative state to offer the prayers. So what you're witnessing here isn't a spectacle. It's a teaching that what are the things that I'm keeping so much that I have yet to burn. You're giving lots of story, as that's your story, as if that's true. They should be told and remembered. They're not willing to shred their stories, as a lot of afflictions, a lot of attachment, a lot of anger. They still wanted to keep their story as the original story. They don't realize their story is all figment of their own negative imaginations. So now you can see the practitioners have to visualize that fire is none other than the Agni, the God, fire God, to whom we are offering all of these things, so that our wishes are fulfilled, or our obstacles allayed, may our samaya be restored. So it's an excellent opportunity for you witnessing this fire puja and contributing directly, indirectly. Any contribution you have made offerings to that, you should offer prayers may I close the door today to my past story and no longer fuel that with anger, fuel that with resentment, fuel that with guilt, but actually burn them with the wisdom of emptiness. You know, you will usually see the deity standing in the midst of fire. You know, they may be standing on moon and lotus, but all standing around a fire like the wrathful deity. The fire represents emptiness, you know, and they call it transcendental wisdom fire. Yeah, fire destroys everything in no time. You wouldn't believe how fire destroys a house. House that it took 2 years to build is destroyed in within half an hour. So we need that quick discerning wisdom, fire of wisdom, to destroy the 3-4 years of stories of poor me. And you have to realize teaching of emptiness, teaching of the impermanence, teaching of the right view. And if we have that, Vajrayana uses this fire ritual as a tool how to incinerate your fuel of karma and afflictions. It's not appeasing the worldly God. That's not the purpose. Outwardly, we have to do it firstly because worldly God is pretty domineering in the worldly level. So firstly, we do that. Later on, now when all the 13 or 14 offering substances are made, and at least 100 plus to each, then they are offering the fire offering it to the deity, like from the practitioners of Hevajra mandala point of view to the Hevajra that is standing in form of the fire. Outwardly as a form of fire, but deeply it is in form of the deity. So deity is emptiness, you know. Deity is emptiness. You can see it. You can see the fire, and the fire is, you can't say the fire starts here. Fire is fire burns, fire also will extinguish in no time, you know. This fire puja, no matter how many tons of materials are poured into it, it will be only burning for at the most maybe 3-4 hours. After that, the fire will all die out. So therefore we should see that the wisdom of discerning emptiness, the wisdom of knowing everything is impermanent, and then learn to change our own behaviors, attitudes, our thoughts, our narrative. We need to change. Then you without needing to do a fire ritual, you have actually realized emptiness of things. But remember, most practitioners are not really sharp, skilled mentality. They're very dull and they're very deluded, and they still don't know what's the meaning of emptiness. They think emptiness is something to deny existence of something. It's not. It's actually emptiness to affirm why things are they're dependently originated. Things do not exist independently. And most people do not believe that. They think things were created independently by you to me and so on and so forth. And then they take justification to stay angry at someone for life. Most people are suffering come from their ill will that they themselves are doing unconsciously because they're in the darkness. They're in the slumber of darkness of how benumbing that ignorance is. They have not a small spark of fire in their life, all dull and dim and dark because of grasping to me, and things that are changing should be staying same, this kind of resistance. It's like saying you go in front of a river and demonstrate, saying, why you flowing the water every day? Why shouldn't you go back? It's like resisting the nature. All sentient beings deludedly mostly behaving staying in the dark and dull and dry situations. So the bringing the fire is bringing the light of wisdom to incinerate all such wrong views. All such wrong views. So now all the materials, all the substances that are poured there, not to mention His Eminence Holy Body, are all incinerated. And likewise, we should too learn to develop some inner wisdom to not to hold the body of your story, of your life, of your feelings, of your perception of somebody, of what you think you did or didn't, or succeed or failed. Do not belt yourself, but burn it into the fire. Wake up and no longer have the same view about yourself, because everything is impermanent, as is your own opinion about that. You are suffering mainly your opinions. You're not suffering people, what they did. Your opinion about them, you are too attached to. So therefore, fire puja in Tibetan and Vajrayana Buddhism is practicing emptiness, and by using the fire and symbolically burning the materials. Of course, burning materials, but materials themselves are neither, is not permanent. Whatever you put, they do not stay as a grain, as the bean as bean turns into ash, rice is turned into ash, oil turned into ash. In the end, you might have poured maybe 40 kilos of something, but there will be only a half a kilo of ashes. So that shows, where did all the weight of the food, where all the weight of the fluidity of the oil go? They disappear. There's only a handful of ashes. Now we should learn to incinerate our karma, our opinions, our perceptions of people, of yourself. And that's why these fire rituals are not spectacles. They're showing that you need to go to school and learn the wisdom and don't do ill will. People are suffering themselves in the inferno of anger. We need to extinguish that fire by wisdom of discerning emptiness. This is why the fire pujas are performed as to the wisdom deity. The fire itself is wisdom deity. So what is the wisdom? Wisdom is emptiness. The deity might be Hevajra, deity might be Vajrayogini, deity might be Mahavairochana, Trikulanatha, and Vajrayogini, and so on. But the real deity is the fire, is the emptiness. The emptiness is the manifested in form of Hevajra. Emptiness is manifested as a Vajrayogini, but that Vajrayogini, when you look at it, is a fire now. So it's very good, isn't it? Transforming our views in opinions, and then now all you can see is fire. The fire is doing what our mind usually do not. Fire is actually turning everything into nothing, what it was, and so when you realize emptiness, you also will realize the emptiness of all things. So therefore, the wisdom is the emptiness. Emptiness is manifested as a form. They say form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Yeah, the form of the fire that you see is emptiness of the fire. And that emptiness is not visualized as a fire, but as a deity. For the practitioner, they don't visualize the fire. They see as a deity is Hevajra. They must visualize themselves as a Hevajra. They should visualize the fire as a Hevajra. And from the point of view of the people performing the Vajrayogini, or Trikulanatha, or Mahavairochana, and Vajrasattva, whichever of the practitioners are, they can't say fire. They should visualize Vajrasattva by those sitting on the northern side of the mandala. They should visualize as a Hevajra from the eastern side of the mandala. So there is no really truly existing any of the deity. There's only fire. Otherwise, they have a good quarrel there. Oh, this is Hevajra. What are you trying to do with this? And no, even Hevajra is manifesting as a fire. So the fire, appearance of the fire, is actually manifestation of Hevajra for the people doing the Hevajra, and Vajrayogini from people doing Vajrayogini. And these are just conventional names and labels we give to. But whatever is form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form is no other than emptiness. Emptiness is no other than form. And so those four profound statement and Heart Sutra is now being practiced in the meditative state of Vajrayana adepts. Vajrayana adepts or practitioners always do this exercise in their daily sadhana. And then and they will have less obstacles because they do not see something as truly existing and inherently existing. No, the worldly people or other people who are not able to do this, they have lots of obstacles. The obstacles are brought by their own wrong view. So the true origin of the suffering is grasping to the self. So that's the true origin of suffering. Third, true origin, second noble truth. The suffering that they don't want is produced by this wrong view. And so, how do you sort of destroy that? You need to burn the fire of wisdom of by noble truth of the path. When you follow the noble truth of the path, then there's the truth of cessation. Then your karma and your story, your mentality, your karmic habitual patterns and behaviors will all be changed. And so that's why Vajrayana is a skillful dispensation of learning to employ the fourth noble truth of the path. The Vajrayana is a transformative noble truth of the path. Mahayana is a kind of an inclusive noble truth of path. Theravada is an exclusive noble truth of path. What I mean by exclusive is they always think you have to renounce the object. As you have to renounce the samsara, you have to renounce the world, and you have to renounce the object in order to get free from suffering. And so all the kind of practices are mainly geared towards object renouncing. I call that exclusive kind of a methodology. How they practice that? They emphasize renunciation primarily. In the Mahayana, I call it inclusive because in the Mahayana, they do not renounce the object, but they rather adopt the object as their own objects of care, on concern, on love and tenderness. They do not see the object as object of craving or desire of themselves, but rather someone that we should express our loving kindness and generosity too. So inclusive. They are including, the object is not renounced, but object is included as part of them, part of their way. In Vajrayana, I call it the transformative method because with Vajrayana, the appearance is neither rejected, renounced, nor adopted, but it sees it's transformed its emptiness. It's transformed the thing into a deity, and then the deity is, once you know why the deity, it's emptiness. So the deity itself is as a portal to realize emptiness. So here, by watching the fire puja, the fire, burning fire, you can see the fire, but fire represents the deity. Who is the deity? Deity is represent emptiness. If we have wisdom discerning emptiness, we can incinerate our sufferings. We won't suffer same as we used to once we realize emptiness. But to realize emptiness, you need a lot of merit. You need a lot of merit and comprehension of the teachings. And so the ritual of burning foodstuff and the holy body into fire is amazing teaching. It's a teaching that can open your heart and mind that how all things are and is impermanent, and why aren't we able to let go some things? It's because of our fixation, our attachment, and we need to learn how to not stay fixed, not become too attached, be that your objects, be they things, or mostly your own attitude. So it's very important to free oneself from gross attachment. Um, so here, burning of the holy body of the teacher is a teaching for the student not to get attached to the corporal body of the teacher, but rather remember his noble heart and mind, and follow and emulate those as a good example. Those as a good example how we can best benefit others. So the fire puja, the fire here represent the fire means wisdom, wisdom discerning emptiness. Puja means honoring. So we are honoring the wisdom of wisdom discerning emptiness. It says in the Heart Sutra that if one who understands Heart Sutra, it is the mantra that excels all other mantras. Yeah, because you are able to meditate on the emptiness of things, and even if it is mantra that equals to the even the unequalable mantras, because even the mantras are usually done so in order to acquire these, in order to acquire that, and then develop attachment too. So that's the defeats the purpose of the mantra. The mantra really means the right conception that destroys the wrong conceptions. Mano tara. Mano means mind, tara means distraction. It protects the mind from the wrong conceptions. People aren't suffering object or people. People are suffering their wrong conception of the object. So here, the skillful application of the application or use of the fire puja is to honor the wisdom of emptiness. Puja it means to honor. Fire means to fire means to do it. You have to honor the doing, the realization of emptiness. When you realize emptiness, you are the wisdom. You have the wisdom. Even the deity is with the hands and eyes and nose. You can real deity is realizing emptiness of things. There's no real higher deity than emptiness. But because most people could not relate to the abstract idea of things are empty, they think rather nihilistic. So therefore, the deities with hands and faces are introduced in order that people are able to eventually understand the real wisdom of emptiness. And using the fire as a visible form, but the fire as the function of the fire is it burns and incinerates, destroys everything. Likewise, we have to destroy and incinerate our wrong views by learning Dharma, by meditating, by reading, by reciting, by understanding the teaching. Then you can burn your stories completely. You wouldn't believe how wonderful it is to be able to burn some of your stuff, whether it's a domestic kind of things you have collected and gathered and hoarded, or whatever the things are. So there is no great feeling to gain from liberation, experiencing liberation through burning. So um, so here you can see this first part of the burning the 13 or 14 materials offered to the Agni is underway. Let's give a couple of minutes of a break for you.
Mahāmanāya Pānde Lama Thāmbe Tūkhaṁ Tōpa Dāntā Je Sinte Tāṁ Je Tīkpa Lā Tīkpa Bācā Lā Tīkpa Tāṁ Lā Vā Shētēn Kōrāya Sō Oma Me Te Ahua Me Oma Soma Vā Chula Sava Lama Soma Vā Chula Ha Tōng Be Ngā Le Ale Yi Shen Je Kawa La Yang Shen Ja Se Vā Nam Je Oh, so I let him let the land of it, just a man of the Mamma, just a Roman, and Toba. Nanget ale bara juro umbenza kama umbenza balama umbenza bibe umbenza bibe zugende umbenza nede umbenza shala umo banga ve ma karo nega benza sato sabare
Yeah, the fire puja to the wisdom deity offering is right underway. Um, so the ritual has progressed quite well. Since we started, it's already a bit over 2 hours. So the ritual should be very much at least two-thirds away, and because the 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 stupa in which the holy body is cremated is very well made. You don't see any flame coming from the top because they made it very vast and big. So the burning is taking really very well. Sometimes you can see the fire showing on the top of the stupa, but we haven't quite seen that. The thing on the top of the stupa, you can see the cover. That probably looks like more like a metal or something. So the great care that goes on into the burning is that they wanted nothing of the holy body being burned, and it remains to go outside the stupa, because they have designed the stupa in a way that all the ashes, bones, whatever things become as relics will all be contained, and towards the end of this ritual, they will seal these doors from the bottom and the front, and from all sides where there's a hole. They will seal this completely and leave it for a couple of days, if not weeks. And then only after a few days later, then they will open and sift through the ashes and whatever relics, including every single part of the ashes, also considered to be relic. It's just whether there's any specific visible relics. Some high lamas or practitioners, you will find seed syllables or even deities in some of the bones. Some of their eye, tongue, and heart, three of them become a stupa in itself. Like the late Gyabje Chogi Trichen Rinpoche, when his body was cremated, they discovered that his heart and tongue and eyes all have come together, become a small statue, and some of his bones has remained, but in the shape of like a Mahasiddha Virupa, and an amazing kind of phenomena they discovered, and some there were even signature of the late teacher on one piece of the bone. So there are lots of stories like this, and not only stories. These days we can see them, we can photograph them, people can see them, and then they will make an actual stupa. Actual stupa, we were talking before, of the Shakyamuni Buddha was made out of the relics. Likewise, they will make a stupa from many different sizes. Small ones, huge ones, even those with by solid gold. They will make them and keep them as a relic of the monastery, where the founding lineage master, like Kyabje Luding Khenchen, they will definitely honor that and with great care. These kind of disposing of the actual mortal body, it may seem like a very ostentatious ritual, but wait until you see what it takes place, what they do with the ashes, and how they then honor them as the most valuable spiritual kind of relics to keep, to inspire the practitioners. And that's why you see in the monastery there's a lot of stupas, or they're or around them in the monasteries. They always build large stupas. Large stupas usually are built in memory of a particular teacher or practitioners, and they usually enshrine the relics discovered from the funerals like this, funeral cremations like this, and then they make stupa. Some of them multiply, some of them change. There are many unusual kind of very mysterious phenomena have been witnessed. Now you can see, I've seen this is the biggest kind of flame coming outside of the door, burning so hot. You could see how nothing will remain unburnt in this kind of inferno. So if you likewise, if you realize emptiness, there is no suffering, no problem that cannot remain for long. It will have to be burnt and incinerated, destroyed tracelessly. So the fire really represents what you need to ignite the realization of the wisdom and emptiness of things. This is a very important message. Of course, you can participate, witness, and be a spectator to these rituals. How you enjoy what the wonderful things. That's really that's just for the your physical eye. But you really need your mind to see something beyond the spectacular, or the rituals or epic nature of this kind of cultural practice of Tibetan Buddhism. But what is the real wisdom, real insight that these kind of rituals or ceremonies are designed for? This is for us to gain the insight that we too is inevitably going to be dying, and we already are dying basically. And even though there's no signs of dying, we too will be turned into no more than a handful of ashes. We have a number of our Sangha members, when they pass away, they bring the ashes, they ask us to bury the ashes, make these little prayers, and they're no more than a small bottle. They bring out maybe a small bottle, maybe there's a kilo and a half. Some of them have no more than kilo and a half ashes. The person who was 97 kilos turned into just a 1.5 kilo of ashes. And there, where is the leg? Where is the eyes? Where is the nose? Where is his skill? Where is his karma? All of this, you can't see nothing in the jar full of ashes. And your life is eventually no more than that. It is just a dust to dust, ash to ash. There is nothing inherently, truly existing, physical, emotional, intellectual thing that is about you. There is no you, let alone yours. You can't have things that you possess when your possessor is dead. Possessor has never existed, perhaps, and ultimately they never did. Conventionally, we can say. So we need to see these kind of rituals and prayers performed has to be a learning that we too and our loved ones, some among us will be burnt like that, will be incinerated, will be buried, and there will be no more of him or his or her. And likewise, I too am subject to this inevitable ending. So before we actually physically die, we should die many things. You should drop lots of arguments yourself towards others and towards something. One should bring on the wisdom. One should bring the torch of wisdom, and set them alight, and do not let them keep cluttering your life and mind and stories, and do not stand still as if there is something real that is so bad or so good, because all the good and bad are only relative, and they're all impermanent. And not just self is impermanent, all phenomena is also all impermanent. And therefore, when I decided to do this commentary, I wasn't going to sort of bore you with the intricate details of the ritual. I could, but no, the main thing is the teaching. Main thing is people need to remember what's the teaching is there. What is the quality? What are we learning here today? We are so materialistic. We're clinging and holding on to things as they're real and something. These are real fuels of our suffering. Real origin of suffering is our grasping and clinging, and we need to burn them into fire of wisdom, or of emptiness, and fire the wisdom that gained from the deity yoga practices. And And then you have not only watched actual cultural kind of Buddhism. This is very much a cultural form of Buddhism, you know. This kind of outer activity is a cultural Buddhism. The Tibetan Buddhism is very colorful all. But this is not a spectacle people join. They make it look very colorful, very nice, and so on. But remember, what is this all this ritual for? These are all skillful dispensation of teaching people how to know the wisdom, how to hear the Buddha, how to listen to the Buddha. His very profound, vast, peaceful, tranquilizing medicine of Dharma. People need to pay heed to. That things are impermanent, that there is no real self, let alone all its stories. These are all just figment of your mental imaginations. And instead of keeping them, burn them alive. Set yourself free of these debris, of these volumes of poor me, I didn't have this, I didn't get this, he didn't do this to me. All this litany of complaints should be burned like a sesame seed. Every single sesame seed has an oil, no matter how tiny they are. Do not ignore any sesame seed of your karma, your thoughts, your actions. All of them should be burned, pick one by one, into the wisdom discerning emptiness. Yeah? Doesn't matter you are throwing that from east or west or south, west, doesn't matter. That's just, where is the east? East is not truly existing. East is only east when you look from the west, because there is no east even in Japan. When you go to Japan, they don't say this is east, and people still looking towards somewhere else east, you know. There is no east in Japan, you know. They say it's the land of the rising sun, but when you go there, the sun is not rising in Japan. Japan is looking further east. There's no east even in Japan. So likewise, no, we should not literally think anything as real as they're merely imputed. And if we know these things are merely imputed, then we don't impute them. When you don't impute them, you just, if your imputation of it makes things appear, exist, and sometimes last. But as soon as you learn to dislabel it or unlabel it, then the thing does not exist anymore. It perhaps did temporarily, like the clouds, but after the duration of the time the clouds appear, and then there is no more the same clouds. Yeah, so you have to see this very ceremony that we are watching is to how to pass away ourselves, how to die ourselves from the stories, from the poor me's, from how dare he do this to me. All these kind of stories that we are telling and we're believing, and then justified to be hold anger and do ill will, do resentment. These things are the real materials to be burned. You know, why you have to burn 2 kilos of sesame seed, 2 kilos of rice, 2 kilos of this and all these things? Why you have to burn these things? This is just an exercise. This is just trying to teach us what we really need to burn. What we really need to burn is not the food stuff, not the oil. We really need to burn these wrong views, you know. So let's have a break, at least from my commentary. Of course, the ritual is continuing going. This will be necessary for all our hardworking translators. I'm sorry if I have been very long-winded.
lama tambe to gon so ba la la je sin je la di ba la je je den ko ro ya so Jiren Guru Hong Ha, Wo Manga Beda Yoga Mama Beda Yoga Mama Samaya Salwa, Hong Bea, Majere Benda Yoga Samaya Manubala Yoga Lenamada. Anura the Mabas, Waka, the Meta, the Waka, the Meta, Jiren Guru Hong Ha, Wo Manga Beda Yoga Mama Beda Yoga Mama Samaya Salwa, Hong Bea, Majere Benda Yoga Samaya Manubala Yoga. The Mabas, the Waka, Nora the Mabas, the Waka, the Meta, the Waka, the Meta, Jiren Guru Hong Ha, Wo Manga Beda. Om Benza Benza Ye Bande Lama Tambe to Hondo Valala Jesan Tibola Diva Bada Javala Jedan Goro Yeso Om Benza Benza Yeso Om Benza Benza Yeso Om Benza Benza Om Benza Benza Yeso Om Benza Benza Yeso Om Benza Benza Yeso Om Benza Benza Yeso Om Benza Benza Om Benza Benza Yeso 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 Om Benza Benza
As you can see now, the fire puja has progressed along quite a while, and offering the main of substances. When the practitioner is wearing the crown, that means that practitioner is now in the form of the offering to the form of the wisdom deity Sri Hevajra, from His Holiness point of view, and you can hear the mantras being recited largely from the puja chant leader of doing the Vajrasattva fire puja. That's why you hear them reciting the 100-syllable mantra, Lord. Here is on, you will see the Jnana Vajra Rinpoche's side. Here you see Chogi Trichen 26th on our far right. Then those other two Rinpoches, Atu Rinpoche and another called Dongtu Rinpoche. They're all sitting together with the Trikula. If they're sitting with the Jnana Vajra Rinpoche, it's a Trikula fire puja. So now giving some different angle of the camera. I'm envisaging that this ritual will go on a little longer, but we will finish it in 1 hour's time. So if people wish to watch the rest of proceedings, they can do so on the very Facebook called Ngorpa Center. Because I have scheduled myself to do something, and I'm not sure whether they'll finish on time or not. But even if they don't, because of course that's people can still watch them through the rest of the couple of hours. I'm not sure how long it will go because I can't tell. But if another 15 minutes, they should be over from my point of view. If not, then we'll conclude the translating thereafter. I'm sure all of my colleagues translating would also need that. Going back to like His Holiness Sakya Trichen is on the north side doing the Vajrasattva fire puja. Primarily, when a teacher passes away, the fire puja is mainly done on the basis of Vajrasattva. Mainly, it is to purify the samayas and to restore the samayas and to fulfillment of the wishes of the teacher who have just passed away. And fulfillment, their wishes are only fulfilled if the practitioners themselves purify their own karma and some broken samayas. So that's why Vajrasattva fire puja is more popular. Then there are other fire pujas you can do from Vajradakini's fire puja, of course Hevajra and Vajra yoginis, they all do that as well. So now they're removing their crown, which means they have concluded the main part of the fire puja offering to the wisdom deity. So this very much. But you see, each of the Vajra masters, 5 pujas are slightly different kind of pace. Those doing the Vajrasattva is a little long because you have to recite the Vajrasattva mantras 100 times. Or Vajrasattva mantra, each item you offer with Vajrasattva, you have to recite the deity mantra, then the substance mantra together. So the other deities' mantra is very short. Vajrasattva deity mantra is 100-syllable mantra, and then followed by the substance mantra. So no wonder why His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen is still having removed his crown and doing the offerings, whereas others have already removed their crown, which means they have concluded that part of the offering. So that means each of the Vajra masters are going on their own pace, but even the other Vajra masters and their 5 pujas finishes earlier than His Holiness. They will not leave. They will all remain seated, and His Holiness. They will wait until His Holiness finishes. Actually, the Hevajra kind of ritual is more longer than Vajrasattva, but Vajrasattva's length of mantra might even make it almost as even time to finish. As Vajrayogini and others are a little bit shorter mantra. So once they finish offering the main wisdom deity, the fire, the substances with substance offering mantra, then they will have to again offer again the second time to the fire, Agni fire puja, fire. So Agni one is offered one at the beginning and the one at the end. So that will still take place for another good 20 minutes or so, and before they actually conclude the ritual. So there's no sign that His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen has finished yet, you can see, whereas His Holiness Ratna Vajra Rinpoche and Gyana Vajra Rinpoche, you have seen, already have removed their crown and they have finished that part already. But they will not wait, they'll still continue doing their bit until such a time they have to all do it together. When they conclude, when you ask the wisdom being to depart, then they have to do it all virtually around the same time. So that's why they couldn't finish early. They have to wait. The reason the presiding Vajra masters are wearing the crown is they are in the form of themselves as a Sambhogakaya aspect of the deity, and then offering to the Sambhogakaya aspect of the deity. So the offering and the one who offer to are not separate. They are all inseparably one. But see, now His Holiness Ratna Vajra Rinpoche is doing the sesame seed. So that's usually they do towards the end of it. They do many countings of the mantra with the sesame seed if time permits, and that's why they have the time to be able to do many countings of the deity mantra by using the sesame seed as an additional thing. Whereas now His Holiness also has concluded, you can see, because His Holiness is so proficient in the ritual, he knows most by heart, except the mantra is longer and his chant master is usually has to make it audible to everybody to indicate where the ritual has progressed. So that's why but they usually are very well timed because they have to make preparation to feed 7,000-8,000 people, and the lunch has been cooking for the last 4 or 5 days. Can you imagine lunch being cooked 5 days before for 6,000-7,000 people? And now if it's a bit too hot or a bit too cold, it wouldn't go well, will it? So that's why His Holiness Sakya Trizin is amazingly punctual and on time. He hardly goes overtime, so you won't have too much trouble with that. Unlike some other people. So you can see the fire is really, it looks like the holy body is completely burned because there's no flame on the top part, you see. Because if the holy body is still burning, you can see the flame there. Now it's only the wood and the last bit of the materials they've been pouring. They still got a few more materials to go in. It's another 7 lots of each of the substance. Usually they have to offer towards the end in the normal 5 pujas. See, now they're bringing in again. So here you can see His Holiness Tatsaken Rinpoche. They're still the Mahavairochana. They are still not as progress as the other ones, so they still have the crowns on. We just had that angle of camera just for the first time. You can see all the participants. They've been sitting there nearly 4 hours. So no break. These rituals doesn't allow to have any break. Now here's Luding Khenchen. They're in front of the stupa doing some offerings. Looks like they're really having a very good clear day there in terms of weather. Very blue sky, which is a great sign of the Dharmakaya mind in state of which His Holiness Luding Khenchen Rinpoche would be resting in. They usually say the clear sky is an indication of the clarity of the mind of the teacher on the day when they perform the fire puja. Yeah, see now His Holiness is offering the sesame seed one. You can see from the southern side of the stupa that is happening the Mahavira fire ritual. They're still well behind and still in the middle of offering the substances. So everybody is in their own timeline. Yeah, the rituals are similar, but the texts are quite different because some of the Mahavira ritual is very elaborate and so many deities. Going back to the story of the distribution of the relics of the Buddha, this enabled all the 8 kingdoms to build the stupas, and that happened very much in that very same year. And then each of the holy spots where the stupa stood become recognized as the pilgrimage sites. And so Buddhist people then traveled, as Buddha himself has advised people to go and visit where I was born, the Lumbini, where I attained enlightenment, the Bodh Gaya, where I taught the wheel of Dharma, and Varanasi, where I finally passed away into Nirvana, Kushinagar. These are the 4 major ones. Then as well as any other places like Shravasti or Rajgriha, Vaishali, and various other places also where various activities of Buddha was taking place. And so since then the whole reason for people to visit these places was not because Buddha was born, but because the relics of the Buddha were enshrined in those places. So that therefore augmented the importance of the holy sites. And then many other monasteries or establishments were founded in those places, thus attracting many people, including only 100 years after King Ashoka the Great, who was tamed by Buddhist Arhat Upagupta, made himself to open most of the stupas 100 years after. And then he opened all the stupas, I'm told, and then redistributed all the relics to many other kind of subjects where his sovereignty spread as far as Central Asia or wherever. Then he ordered them all to build like 84,000 stupas to different parts of the world wherever his reign reached, in order to expiate or purify his own misdeeds. Because Ashoka, though became a Dharma king later, in the early part of his life he was ruthless, he was violent, he was aggressive. He killed even his own brother, not to mention many enemies. So in order to purify his own misdeeds, he asked his subject to build so many stupas and asked them to all put the relics that he distributed to be built. So the whole story of the Buddhist statues and stupas very much was, they supposedly have contains the Buddha relics. And then some of them contain relics of other disciples of the Buddha, because basically all the great practitioners, when they pass away, they all have produced relics. They all produce relics. They all produce relics. So hence all the proliferation of all the stupas and statues in the Buddhist world was one way to honor the deceased practitioner or master. So that's why places like Burma or Buddhist, the many countries that has been many years Buddhist for maybe centuries, like many of the Asian countries. Why they have so many stupas? They're all building the stupas in order to enshrine the relics and remains of the practitioners. Some people even build stupas for their parents and so on. And when you go to India these days, like the great many Buddhist monasteries in Ajanta and Ellora caves, many other places too. You wouldn't believe how many big temples and statues and stupas are built and across the whole Asian subcontinent, and from far east Japan to Korea to China to Indonesia to Sri Lanka, even some places in Greek and Central Asian republics, Turkey and Pakistan, and many places that there's no Buddhists, but they are all excavating the stupas and temples and Buddhas. It's mainly they were sign of how great many practitioners who passed away and their relics were enshrined. So this, what you're witnessing today, is not a new one. This is all long-held tradition of honoring the living master's work and then keeping his legacy and inspiration alive by building a monuments that remember people who follow him and believe him and respect him always keep the stupas and Buddha rupas. So there is always a sign where Buddhism will spread. Even in the West, you can see some Buddhist stupas appearing, monasteries appearing. And when the teacher or the founding teacher who passes away, they usually build a stupa there. And that's how the stupas are built for a purpose. So this is one angle you don't have. This is most venerable Chiwang Tulku Rinpoche. He spent last 30 years in retreat of Vajrayogini, and that's why they have given him the honor to preside over the Vajrayogini fire puja. You can see he is also using the sesame seed, and I think he's sitting on the southwest side of the of the stupa. That was usually the right behind him, where the angle of the camera was. So everybody is doing various rituals according to like His Holiness Ratna Rinpoche's group is doing, and well into another ritual. Now they're all coming almost to the last part of the ritual, as I can tell. Towards the end, they will bring one of the filling ladle. They will touch on the ashes, and then they will bring the dot of the ashes to make a dot on their forehead. When they're doing that, then it's nearly over. Please think about these prayers and rituals are also dedicated for the thousands of people who have died in recent days in the tragic earthquake. And so reciting Om Mani Padme Hum and thinking of them, many of whom will never receive any kind of a funeral because their body will not even be located and found. So yet their soul or spirit deserve to be remembered and honored for whatever life they have lived, isn't it? So therefore, every single Om Mani Padme Hum that people recite and dedicate will be very, very meritorious thing to do. Um, and we could not otherwise join this ritual by trying to do the ritual because they're doing 5 rituals simultaneously and we can't do any of the prayers because we firstly you have to be initiate, secondly you have to have the text of that each individual rituals, and you wouldn't believe that only good 600-700 people there are reciting the different relevant rituals. Majority people, which runs into 5,000-6,000, they're all sitting there tearfully in the prayers. Of course, they wouldn't know how to perform the rituals. They don't know the ins and out of the ritual. They're just watching this amazing care and dignity and respect. You can see here now a glimpse of Avikrita Rinpoche and the Dzongsar Khyentse Rinpoche. Dzongsar Khyentse Rinpoche have come deliberately today to join in this because Luding Khen Rinpoche is also one of his regarded as one of his teachers, which I do not know a lot about, but Dzongsar Khyentse Rinpoche is a very integral part of the Sakya establishment. He studied in Sakya College. All his very monastery, Dzongsar Institute in Chantara, which is the largest Sakya monastic college, Shedra, is all under his guidance, inspiration. So it's very important to have him there today, from the point of view of everyone, because yes, Dzongsar Khyentse Rinpoche is such a great and important, very pragmatic, very incredibly wise and very effective teacher, and who has amazing legacy of translating the whole Buddhist text, and doing the Khyentse and foundation has established many seed funds for establishing Buddhist studies in various Western universities. So we wish him long life and fulfillment of wishes, because Dzongsar Khyentse Rinpoche's predecessor, the Khyentse Chögyalodro, and then his predecessor is Jaman Khyentse Wangpo. These are amazing figures that we have the what we call Great Rime, the non-sectarian Tibetan Buddhist movement, is inspired by his predecessor's vision. And many of these texts and books and that we have today, collection of sadhanas, collection of tantras, were all compiled by Jaman Khyentse Wangpo. Quite a lot of them are written by him. So here he is now the successor of those two great predecessors. And Dzongsar Jaman Khyentse Rinpoche is incredible performer in the international stage of the Tibetan Buddhism. So that's why some of you may have seen him or heard him. His work is a wonderful wonderful to follow and listen. He gives many teaching directly in English. Not many of our High Lamas do, but he does. His name only featured 2 days ago because prior to that his name wasn't on the list, but he definitely made a great effort to be there today for this very momentous occasion. So that will indicate how important a personage His Eminence Luding Khenchen Rinpoche is in life of many, many people. And we didn't get to see the close kind of where there were representative from many different High Lamas, monasteries, traditions, who all regard His Holiness Luding Khenchen Rinpoche with the greatest regard, that he really deserves too. And His Eminence Luding Khenchen Rinpoche together with Luding Khenpo, has the Manduwala, the very place they're doing the fire puja, is a very big monastic seat. Not only that, they also founded a very nice another kind of branch of that Luding Labrang down in Bodh Gaya. That's where Buddha got enlightened, and they are building a huge complex for the monastics to be able to come and stay, spend time in winter times, do a couple of months of prayers and rituals like these. And he has been going there every year, every year in December, January, for a good 2-3 months. And then he was been going between there and Manduwala, and then he also succeeded to travel to many parts of the world, and he also visited Australia in 2002, I think, if I'm not wrong. So he greatly blessed many of us here. Quite a few of our people who receive ordination also done by him. Luding Khenchen Rinpoche is one of the most important Sakya lineage masters who almost good high percentage of the people would have received ordination from him. So he's the kind of Vinaya master of all of them. Then anyone who has received Lamde Tsokshe or Lopshe or whatever, he's regarded as the Vajra master and then they would also receive the Bodhisattva vows. So he's also the Bodhisattva master. So therefore, Luding Khenchen Rinpoche is the jewel in the crown of everyone who is a practitioner in the Sakya world. And not only Sakya world, but His Holiness Luding Khenchen Rinpoche has also touched lives of many others. And only 2 days ago, Thaya Dorje, the 17th second claimant of Karmapa, also received many empowerments and teachings from His Eminence Luding Khenchen Rinpoche, and he went to pay respect to the holy body. So that shows how important Luding Khenchen Rinpoche was to many people's lives, and how greatly will he be missed by many, Usually you see Luding Khenchen Rinpoche, Luding Khenpo, and the Shabdung three together, showing the three generations. Now that elder generation is gone. What does it mean is that how much of the weight of the responsibility and practice, discipline, meditation, direction will now fall to the generation he has left behind. So all of us watching and listening and attending these have also moral duty to support his nephew Luding Khenpo for not that he needs additional help, but he's just like Luding Khenchen Rinpoche. He has fulfilled all the requirements of a Vajra master and doing. So we all have good reason to offer him our help if anything necessary, offer our services, offer our whatever inspiring work that needs to be done, and no less than we have offered to Luding Khenchen Rinpoche, if not more. So that would be if you have been fortunate to have met and received empowerment from Luding Khenchen, then now you should not feel bereft or orphaned, but see his nephew who is in charge, who's the 75th abbot of Ngor Monastery, him, and then Tatse Khenpo, who is the 76th, 77th rather, and then 78th is the Pende Khenpo in Tibet. And this connection and that you have is one part that makes the teaching a living tradition. That there is no teacher, however great the teacher is, His greatness is only possible when there is devotees who do not lose their faith, who do not think they lost their spiritual masters. We don't. Our spiritual masters and his work is immortal, and they always dwell in the Dharmakaya. So there's no rising and falling and coming and going in the Dharmakaya. It's only in the eyes of the deluded sentient beings who grasp to things as a permanent and real. For them, they appear and disappear as a teaching. So it is the devotees who have lots of grasping and clinging that this kind of phenomena of appearing and passing is indicated. So we need to understand that and not feel now what I'm going to do. I have no teacher left. And we shouldn't think like that. Luding Khenpos, his nephew, is just as there. So here now you see Gyana Vajra Rinpoche. On his right is the 26 Chogye Trichen. On his left is 27 Chogye Trichen. And they are performing the Trikula, three Bodhisattva fire puja. Both of these two Chogye Trichens, 26th one on our left, is the 26th successor to 25th Chogye Trichen Rinpoche who passed away. Then and on the left of Gyanavajra Rinpoche is the 27th Chogye Trichen. He is also a grandnephew of late Kyabje Chogye Trichen Rinpoche. He has totally dedicated his youth and his life ever since he was introduced to his grand uncle, and so we have very good reason to see both of them carrying the wishes of everyone and doing this. So Sakya lineage is very small nucleus family, and the amazing harmony, respect that they have towards each other is very crucial for the continuity of these activities of Dharma. So now you can see the rituals that are performing. This group is almost coming towards the end of the ceremony. So this so now the ritual is not very far from concluding, as I can tell from the prayers I'm overhearing. So it looks like I wouldn't be leaving without the ritual being finished, which is really good. But most important thing is that you all have very diligently attended, and then it's good to think that His Eminence Luding Khenchen was lived 91 years of age and lived an amazing, fantastic life, becoming inspiration and spiritual father of thousands, and how best we can emulate how delighted must be like Shakyamuni Buddha, and how delighted must be Ngorchen Kunga Zangpo. In 1490, he founded the monastery in a very small mountainside. It is now a thriving kind of a monastic establishment with a couple of hundred monks. And then Luding Khenchen Rinpoche in India has founded many Buddhist Sakya Ngorpa monasteries, and they have hundreds of monastics carrying the very wish and legacy of Ngorchen Kunga Zangpo, who in the first place actually were living in Sakya himself. But it is said the reason why he left Sakya was that Sakya was becoming too hustle and bustle and busy, because it is like a city monastery. The monastery is surrounded by villagers and townspeople, And so Ngorchen felt that it was a bit too noisy, so he needed to go somewhere to be more reclusive. That's why he traveled. The distance between Ngor and Sakya is actually not that great. Maybe no more than 2 hours, 2 3 hours drive. Maybe not even that these days with the good road. But Ngor is actually a little bit far in the remote area, so it's really ideally tucked away from the main road to do practice and study. And so Ngor Monastery has been amazing bedrock of Sakya lineage, not only since it started, but even today. So that will show that how Ngor Monastery actually has more branch monasteries, Ngor monasteries, all over Tibet and Ladakh and Mustang than even the Sakya monastery itself. Not that Sakya and Ngor had to be separated, but just if you look at it, if you met any Sakya monk, most of them are Ngorpa monks. They don't say I'm Ngorpa, they say I'm Sakya. But when they talk within the Sakya, they say we are Ngorpas. So it's the name of a place, but Ngorpa has a very, very good in the Vajrayana Tantra and rituals, as well as the Vinaya. So it's not contrast between Sutra and Tantra. So some people think when people who are very good in Tantra, they don't practice Vinaya. It's not like that. Ngorpa tradition is exactly opposite. They practice both outwardly, very much Vinaya-like. Practice of the Pratimoksha vows are very much carefully observed. And then internally and heart filled with bodhicitta, but their actual main practice is secret Vajrayana. So all the three vehicles are harmoniously kept and practiced in Ngor monastery. Where if you go to Ngor, they don't traditionally they don't allow any females to allow to stay in the monastic compounds, which most monastery used to. Definitely Ngor monastery has that rule. Most strict monasteries have that rule, as well as not allowing meat and things like that. And definitely Ngorchen himself was one of the first and earliest Tibetan vegetarians, and not because of health, not because of whatever, but because of his amazing piousness in practicing the Vinaya and the Mahayana and Tantric practice without any contradiction. So he never indulged in his senses. He's the one who has written quite a lot of books, and Ngorchen Kunga Zangpo's writings are not without critics, but his writings are amazingly, refreshingly different from others, because he seemed to be very much like an ambassador of the Shakyamuni Buddha himself. Quite a few of the Ngorpa abbots were just as good as Ngorchen, and whoever sort of showed some similar qualities of Ngorchen, they all received the title of Ngorchen, like Ngorche Kuncho Lundrup, Ngorchen, and then Sangye Pel, and Ngorchen Sangye Rinchen. There's a lot of Ngorchens. I'm surprised we haven't been calling Ngorchen Luding Khenchen Rinpoche. I definitely will, because there hasn't been any Ngorpa abbot who has done tough in the last his 60 years of his life in exile. He has to basically start and from scratch in foreign soil, without knowing anyone but earth and sky, they call it in Tibetan. But he waveringly guided the Ngorpa monks and devotees who wherever he met. There's not a huge number of Ngorpa monks made into exile, because most of the followers of the Ngorpas are situated in Sichuan and Gansu and Qinghai provinces, and there were only a handful Ngorpa monastery in western South Tibet. But in exile, still the Ngorpa monasteries still outnumber all the most of the 90% of the Sakya monastery are all Ngorpa, and their chant, their tradition, their rituals are distinctively flavored, and their philosophical view is staunchest of staunch Sakya, and there's no separate Ngorpa philosophical view as such. So here today, having witnessed the closure of a huge chapter of the 75th Ngorchen Luding Khenchen Rinpoche, Jamyan Tempe Nyima, we can call Ngorchen Tempe Nyima, probably we should call, because if you call Luding and then it takes over that. So Ngorchen Tempe Nyima we should call. Because Tempe Nyima is Luding Khenchen's actual name. Tempe Nyima means the son of the Dharma, son of the doctrine. So Ngorchen Tempe Nyima, I think we should start calling, because I don't know whether people like Ngorchen Konchok Lundru were ever called Ngorchen when he was alive. But when he passed away, then they realized how Ngorchen like he is. So now you can see His Holiness is taking the dot of the soot from the fireplace on his forehead. This means the wisdom being that you generated in the fire puja has now dissolved into inseparably to oneself as the practitioner. So that's a really clear sign of the ritual nearly coming to an end. So with this, of course, we are not very far away from concluding the ritual of the fire puja that has been happening last over 3.5 hours, and you have been very patient, and all the our colleague translator has been working very hard, and I didn't get to do a break until towards the last hour. And so I would like to say that Sakya Friends, who has hosted and made it possible to stream these translation to all of you who have been listening, have been making a lot of effort, and so we should rejoice. And also we have a few forthcoming events with the Orange Manjushri Empowerment and teaching on the parting from for attachment on the 19th, and then followed by Avalokitesha Empowerment on the 26th of February. So these are the 3 events that I've been asked to do, and which I'll be more than happy to do. And so if this sort of ritual comes to fairly quickly, ending quickly, then of course I haven't forgotten to mention these events, because the Orange Manjushri empowerment is very important. Manjushri is the bodhisattva who actually appeared in many people's meditation and gave instructions such as parting from for attachment. And so that's why we are doing that. Now, as you see, the ritual is almost finished. There will be no great kind of closure of the ritual, because the main closure happens after they finished. The couple of days later, they will open. So when the rituals are over, they will close the whole of the stupa. So he's Luding Khenchen, which is still offering the last bit of offering. So the ritual from his side is still not over. You can see his side ritual is still not over. This is I don't think His Holiness will be waiting if others hasn't finished. So I think His Holiness is quite entitled to leave if His Holiness feels like, because others are still looks like rituals. The particularly Mahavairochana side ritual takes a little bit longer, and so that's why you are seeing this still the pouring of the substance in the fire is taking place while His Holiness side of the rituals and well and truly over. So then His Holiness is offering the concluding offering of the substances, not anymore to the wisdom deity, but to the fire deity Agni, the offerings of the substances. Men prayer they saying after each deity mantra and substance mantra said, and after offering the mantra and the substance they say, may the wishes, holy wishes, holy and noble wishes of the great master be fulfilled. May we as a practitioner purify and cleanse all our transgressions of samaya that may have pleased the Guru. May our vows be restored and be fit to continue the legacy of the great spiritual master. So that's the main gist of the prayer. So that shows that how many of these items and substances offered, that is the substance. Then they recite a substance mantra, then first they recite the deity mantra, then the substance mantra, then the activity mantra. Activity mantra is requesting to fulfill his wishes and to restore our samayas. So that's the activity mantra. Basically, because people often absent-mindedly break their samayas, and due to ignorance, due to carelessness, and when these kind of rituals are performed, then they come to their sense, oh, I should really go and repair my samayas, and that's exactly what's happening. So these kind of pujas happen Tibetan. All go and do as much contribution as possible. Some would buy the materials, others would offer money, others would offer the time and energy to become part of such an important ritual, because we all have our limitations. We have upset others. We have become crook over small things. We never repair them. We didn't apologize. We didn't forgive others. And we continue to hold some ill wills and grudges. And then and these kind of things can snowball. And eventually they become cause of very bad high blood pressure. And lots of sicknesses and sufferings are caused by uncareful activities, unguarded mouth, and mindless thoughts, and unscrupulous behaviors. These are the ones that harms. No, even though we may not intended to harm, but it somehow some people have taken too personally. So we should always imagine that we have so many flaws as ordinary deluded sentient beings, and therefore ask Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to solemnly see our deep regret and deep wish to purify and confess and pardon and forgive. This is a very important part of what we call fire puja. Fire puja is an offering. You are offering our confession. We are offering offering our apology. We are offering our rejoicing, and these are much. But the thing that burned in the fire is only symbolic. That's only symbolic one. The main reason why the symbolic offerings are made is that we really want to do something that we deeply feel in our gut and our heart. And so deep down, we really have to burn our wrong views. Deep down, we have to burn our sadness, our mean-mindedness, our ill will, our righteousness, our judgment, our resentment, and our guilt, and our kind of mistaken views of others. We need to make a promise to correct our views regarding some people in our lives and see them with the great kindness, see them with the radiance of the fire, light of the fire that has burned your neurosis. And then now you are able to see things more in clear light than in darkness. So when we conclude this fire puja, we should rise up with a transformed view of things, feelings, perceptions, people, and ourselves, and not keep the same stagnant views, opinions, and emotions with which we came to attend. These are not good to allow to stay even a couple of hours, let alone days, weeks, months, years. You wouldn't believe how many people's suffering are all caused by their own unconsciously brooding small matters into ill will, and then doing the ill will unconsciously and harming oneself many more times than anybody else does. So we've been burning ourselves in the real hellfire. So we need to put off the fire. So in some regards, it is to put off the fire of suffering and to burn all the sufferings by the wisdom of fire. This will be very important. The reason I wanted to offer commentary today was there's a lot of mistaken understanding of Tibetan Buddhism in general, and particularly Vajrayana aspect, and most specifically rituals like this. I remember attending and assisting one big fire puja in Kuala Lumpur in the late 80s with His Eminence Chogyam Trichen Rinpoche. So there were lots of devotees, Chinese and Indians. You see, the Indians really knew, even though they are not Buddhists, they just participate. Chinese also, quite a lot of Chinese knew, but there were lots of others who are Chinese, but they didn't know the rituals. They were shaking their heads, saying, "What the hell are they doing? All this pouring, all this, you know, liters and liters of oil and many bags of all these edibles into the fire and those things." They, of course, any kind of novice will not understand. Even those who are attending, they think there are some kind of removing some worldly obstacles and so on. But Vajrayana is skillful. Slowly, this kind of ritual becomes a very talking point of the Buddhist philosophy of impermanence, of emptiness, and the lack of inherent existence. So that's why whenever I do empowerment or any teaching on Vajrayana, I take it as a great opportunity to explain the very basic Buddhist teachings, how to meditate on impermanence, how to make things impermanent by learning to do the rituals and prayers, and so that you're much more empowered today by understanding the teaching of impermanence, emptiness, than actually during our empowerment ceremony. So you might say, what is the mantra from today? The mantra from today is go and leave where you are standing with that wrong thoughts. Just leave. And in Heart Sutra they say, gate means gone, gone. Yeah. So we have to tell, go from your stagnant views and wrong views, and do not sit with those views again. Depart from that and burn them into the fire of wisdom. And that's why the giving a commentary on the fire puja today. Firstly, I'm blessed because those who are performing the fire puja are really very amazing spiritual figures of Tibetan Buddhism, like whole blessed family of the His Holiness Sakya Trizin, and all the high lamas, all the monks, all the serious practitioners. And for you to have make at least a visual contact to such a ritual, and being able to partake in it. This will ripen your karma and merit to understand Tibetan Buddhism a little bit in the more outer and middle and secret layers of the meanings. It is for this reason I thought it would be good, useful to because otherwise these things are often you can watch these things are proceedings. The people don't know what the hell is going on. Looks so colorful, so many people. They always think it's a spectacle to go and watch. Of course, it is good for the eyes to watch something like this. Sometimes seeing is believing, yes. And then if you knew what you're believing, it's even better. So hence the liberty to do the commentary on the fire puja today. And now we're not very far away. It looks like even though His Holiness and others may have concluded their part, because His Eminent Tartse Khenpo is still not finished with his Mahavirochana fire puja. That's probably they are slowly concluding. You can see His Holiness Ratna Vajra Rinpoche is now doing the words of benediction at the end of the rituals. So it's not long way to go before this will all come to conclude. You can see this is the rear side of the stupa, where they have put 3 holes from which you can see, but the actual side from where they're pouring is the other opposite side, as we've been watching most of the time from that angle. Next time, if you ever visit India, you should really put in your itinerary to visit Dehradun. Of course, His Holiness Sakya Trichen lives in Dehradun, and he always gives audience in the mid afternoon or sometime 10 o'clock. So you have to find that out. And then there's lots of things to visit. There's amazing monasteries, monastic schools, Sakya Academy. His Holiness Gyana Vajra Rinpoche 43rd has established and founded a amazing academy, school for young boys and maybe girls later, teaching them, giving them completely free education, boarding, with His Holiness and his wife works tirelessly to bring up those people in Buddhist environment, and that's Sakya Academy. Then you have Sakya College, where the people study Buddhist philosophy. All the cream of Tibet, Sakya Tibetan students are selected to go and study there. Many of the Sakya teachers are all graduate from the Sakya College, Sakya Institute in Puruwala, and then Sakya Nunnery on the other side of the valley. That's one of the only few Sakya nunneries that is also under the guidance of His Holiness Sakya Trizin. And then there's also another Sakya school, Sachin School. This is also a branch of Sakya College. So there's a lot of Sakya schools and academies and colleges and so on. And we haven't seen much of Damo Kaldenla, but Damo Kaldenla is His Holiness Ratna Vajra Rinpoche's wife. She does a lot of wonderful social work. She used to run the Sakya hospital or dispensary, and she's continuing to do many other things. Damo Candela she's become a very special designer, so she produced a lot of handicrafts and small things called Kalden design, Kaldn, and design. I think she produced a lot of wonderful gifts through her charitable work. And then, of course, down on the other side of the valley is Manduwala. This is the Manduwala is Ngorpa Center or Ngor Evam Choden. Ngor Evam Choden, where Luding Khenchen Rinpoche, Khen Rinpoche, who is the nephew of Ngorchen Tembe Nyima. And then Tatse Khen Rinpoche, Khyentse Shabdrung, they all live in Ngorpa Monastery. And not far from there is the Sakya College for Nuns, which is a neighbor to the, not so far from Mandawala, Sakya College for Nuns, that is established by the most venerable Khenchen Sonam Gyatsola. So there's a lot of wonderful places to visit and connect. If you wanted to really, you don't have to travel to Tibet if you can't. For what you can go to Dehradun, you can visit these wonderful places. Then, as I mentioned, there is a seat of the Drikung, seat of the Nyingmas, and Pompos, and Labrang Tashi Khil, the Gelugpa monastery, all situated in that very Dehradun. You can fly to Dehradun or take a train there. It's very easy to travel. Only about half an hour drive from there is Masuri. This is Jetsunma Kunga Palte. This is His Holiness Ratna Vajra Rinpoche's eldest daughter. Now she's a nun, so we have really a great hope. She's amazingly gifted to do Dharma and ritual. And so I must correct myself that it's not only His Holiness Abhaya Vajra, but we have also Jitsuma Kunga Palter, who is also a monastic. So you can see now that white canopy on His Holiness Sakya Kongma Trichen's head. Now they're getting ready the yellow umbrella. That means he will be leaving soon. So that's so we are not very far from concluding the ritual. So my commentary will be really here from here onwards be just whatever comes appropriate to say, but otherwise the main ritual has concluded, and that means that all of the participants will, once His Holiness rise, they will probably rise earlier before than him, and he's actually overhearing some of the concluding prayer from the other groups. So His Holiness decided not to get up until other rituals are over, which I don't think is very far away to finish. And this is the on the porch of the main Ngor monastery, the Ngor Evam Chönden. And then on the back is the Sangchen Gyuda, the Tantric college. And then on the side are the Luding Labrang, and then Kangser Labrang, Tartse Labrang, and the Pende Labrang. All the four Labrangs in Ngor Monastery, they've all been rebuilt in that compound. And this Manduwala Ngor Monastery is situated as a part of a Tibetan settlement called Lingtsang, 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 Tibetan settlement. And this Lingtsang Tibetan settlement from in the early 70s had the vision to invite and offer a piece of land to His Eminence Ngorchen Tembe Nyima. And now look at this, what their little offering of the land has become a great citadel of Dharma in India. India needs everything to revive and restore its spiritual heritage, particularly of Buddhism. And now the Narendra Modi-led government, and particularly if one of his ministers who's a Buddhist, are taking great effort try to do certain things according to the Dharma way. They are even hosting and celebrating the Vesak, the full moon in May, as an official holiday, and the government hosts a celebration to commemorate enlightenment, passing away, and birth of Shakyamuni Buddha. So the Tibetan peoples settling in India has greatly inspired and motivated and revived resurgence of Buddhism in India by having seats and temples, places like this as a great vision and visionary work of the Ngorchen Tembe Nyima. So we should keep saying that, Ngorchen Tembe Nyima. No longer need to call Luding Khenchen, because we have Luding Khenpo will do that work. Now it's a Ngorchen Tembe Nyima. I myself had the good privilege to spend many months with Ngorchen Tembe Nyima in the 80s, and I translated whole Lamde teachings Ngorchen Tembe Nyima gave in Ipoh Sakya Center for nearly 2 months. And then I also traveled with Ngorchen Tembe Nyima to Sarawak, and Kuching, and Cebu, as well as, and of course, Singapore and Malaysia. Many people have made contact with the Luding, Ngorchen Tembe Nyima. So I urge everybody start using this new term, Ngorchen Tembe Nyima. So because he rightly should be called. I don't know why they didn't call Ngorchen to some of the great other Ngorpa masters. They only called first few generations. After that, they stopped. And same seems like Sachen. Sachen seems to be used only Sachen Kunga Nyingbo, and then Sachen Kunga Löde. In 17th century they call it Sachen Kunga Löde. I don't know why nobody have been entitled to have the title given of Sachen. Maybe there we need to revisit that. So I am there taking today the liberty to offer Ngorchen Tembe Nyima today. Luding Khenchen Rinpoche's cremation concludes the old name, but new Ngorchen Tembe Nyima should be called. Rightly so, because I couldn't believe how well His Eminence has done against all odds. And when a lot of the Ngorpa Lamas disrobed, including his own Shabdung, including Tatse Khenpo and Tatse Shabdung, Pende Shabdung, all of them disrobed and just could not actively continue to the role of the head of the Ngorpa very well. But Luding, Ngorchen Tembe Nyima single-handedly kept unwavered. And not only he did that, now he recruited his nephew, and he's recruited Tatse Khenpo, and then Kansa Shabdung, and another the Luding Shabdung. So if he doesn't deserve the title Ngorchen, who will in the future? Please tell me. So we are still waiting for, still remaining a little bit part of the other ritual, but not very far away. You can see His Holiness has already concluded his part of the ceremony, and they're all waiting. So this is why doing 5 rituals simultaneously, you have to do that. So just allow a few minutes of break there. So, just a few words before we finish. Here you see Asanga Vajra Rinpoche. If you do not know him, he is the younger son of, no, he's the son of Ani Vajra Rinpoche. So he's one of the future head of the Sakya lineage. He was born in Seattle and then raised in the monastic establishment from young age of 4 or 5 in Kathmandu. I have met him when he was really tiny boy. Now he's grown up as a very competent, very noble, very blessed teacher. So he teaches directly in English. And if you already don't have the contact with him, you will definitely will have so much more in the future. What I was going to say was that when the ritual is over, and few days they will close the stupa, and after a few days later they'll open, and they will sift through the ashes, and then they have the momentous task of making stupas, from small ones to huge ones. So small ones they will make from the ordinary ashes, and some they will make some very life-size stupas like made of solid silver or other things, as well as gold and huge ones maybe. They'll build no doubt there in Mandawala, and then they have a lot of rituals to roll mantras. All the stupas will have to be filled with the mantras, and all the statues have to be made properly, and then all the wishes and noble aspiration of Ngorchen Tempe Nyima will be looked at, and how that can be fulfilled, because monastery is very well established. There are so many wonderful noble monks, and they will unfailingly fulfill those wishes. And there is what you call, if people want to do anything towards that, of course you can visit what they call Luding Foundation. Luding Foundation is foundation which looks after the affairs of Luding Khen Rinpoche and his nephew's work, and of course the prayers and teachings and practices and training of the young monks, and very good connection with the followers in Tibet, all will happen as a part of his noble wishes. And of course the um, the then the Luding Khenpo, who is in the turn 70, now the 76th abbot of Ngorpa, and then 77 with the Tartse Khenpo, and the 78th is the Pende Khenpo, and no doubt the 77th will soon become the Pende Shabdrung, Kansar Shabdrung, I would imagine. This is my just assumption. And so we have very carefully lined up successors. And Sakya is very problem-free with the successor story, because all the successors are already sort of recruited without having to go very far. It's all within the small knit blessed families. So that's why it's a very much in safe hands, and the ordinary monastic communities are 100% in revering, keeping, maintaining that very tradition. Some very humble monks who are very learned and very realized, but always very humble. In Sakya, we honor our blessed families members, and everybody else is just have the great humility, great privilege to serve and work under their guidance. Sometimes, of course, people may think, is this the only way? And even in the 21st century, I don't know. I don't think there's any better way to preserve such a noble tradition than keeping the good tradition we know has best served. Of course, others would probably argue if there's real change, and of course the change should happen much more greater than the small superficial changes. Well, of course, Tibetan Buddhism is precariously situated between the past world and the world that is emerging. So I think it's very wise not to make too drastic changes, but still maintain the good, functional, positive tradition that we already know. They call good tradition continues. Nevertheless, this shouldn't be a cause of discouragement for the young, promising novices studying very hard. And if they have full capacity to offer leadership through study, goodness, and knowledge, of course this will happen. Look at the Khenchen Ape Rinpoche. Khenchen Ape Rinpoche never enjoyed to be a relative or nephew or family of any of the blessed Sakya family. But nevertheless, through his own Khe-Tsun, with knowledge and goodness, discipline, these three noble qualities made himself to become revered as teacher of even the whole blessed family. So therefore, there is an excellent opportunity for ordinary young monks and senior monks to follow the suit of those and not to be thinking otherwise. And this also have felt the same with as far as successor of Chogyam Trichin Rinpoche, because he is not producer any of the children because he's a monk. Nevertheless, his successor came from his own nephews and grandnephews, not only paternal one, even maternal one. So this kind of tradition is the way it is, it seems, because it has served the purpose and is serving the purposes, and those who are in the position are immaculately humble and respectful, disciplined, learned, and good. So what better things can we substitute these already existing ones? So here now we see Avikrita Rinpoche on our right, and then Dzongsar Khyentse Rinpoche on our left. They have definitely finished most part of their formal rituals. They were sitting in the same side of His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen on the northern side. So they've been doing Vajrasattva fire puja. I couldn't still get a really good overview of the aerial view of the whole thing, because it would be good to have a drone or something to take a photo of whole thing, because you couldn't appreciate how big this pavilion is that they have created to fit so many high lamas and hundreds of monastics and that many thousands of devotees to do the grand ritual that we have just witnessed. You can see now Luding Khenchen Rinpoche has come in front of His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen, making the offerings as a really what an amazing moment it is for him to see his great uncle pass away, and who has brought him up from very young age. Luding Khenpo's mother, Her Eminence Jetsunma Kushola and Se Kusho, they migrated to Canada. And I remember him with a very young boy, maybe not even 6. He just was left behind to stay in India, even though his parents were migrating. But he's there to study with his uncle. And now look at him. He's now himself have taken the full reign, not only while his uncle was alive, but now his uncle has completely passed away. And he's how the Luding Khenpo has today hosted this amazing cremation of holy body. And now it is his call to thank everybody. So Tibetan don't have such rituals, any speeches from anybody. These are the only, they just bow down, they make offering, that's it. There's no speeches from anybody. Otherwise there will be lots of formalities. These are all the prayers are the better than speeches. Why make some incongruent speeches when you follow the tradition of making the offerings in this way? So I don't know, maybe sometimes, you know, it's possible that His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen could spontaneously say a few words, but maybe he has already done. You never know. So we're not quite closing this momentous occasion abruptly. So wait a few more minutes. So here is H.E.Dzongsar Khenpo. On his right is Khyentse Shabdrung. On the left is Luding Shabdrung. On his far right, next to Khyentse Shabdrung, is, I think, Khenpo Ngawan Jordan. If you know, Khenpo Ngawan Jordan is the abbot in International Buddhist Academy in Kathmandu, who is the successor, I should say, to Khenchen Ape Rinpoche. He's a very close friend of mine. He is a graduate of Sakya College. He went and did his study in the West, master's and PhD in Harvard University, and then he was called back to do the work in IBA. So he's been in IBA quite many years, particularly since passing away of Khenchen Ape Rinpoche. So one thing you will notice here is in front of the H.E.Dzongsar Khenpo is a big fire screen, and then there's a mountain there, and then there is a Seed Silbo Vam. This is just a kind of a screen against the worldly fire deity in order to overcome that. So this mountain covered by snow with a lot of water flowing, so the water Agni deity doesn't become overexcited, but there is fire, the water coming on its way. So that's usually the fire screen used on all fire pujas, not just Mahavirachana. They are probably chanting the prayer to the Guru, shower of blessing that His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trichen composed. Now this will be the prayer that people will do to Ngorchen Tembe Nyema from now onwards, instead of the long life prayer they used to do. Now they're reciting the prayer for the happiness of all their lives, which is the last prayer they are doing to conclude. So, that very much is very clear sign that is all wrapping up now. Another prayer offering coming. So this we have no idea when whether this will go and continue. If that will continue, that will continue. Concluding prayers are still going on, but I think His Holiness Sakya Trizin has decided to excuse himself. So the prayer is not long to go. So it wraps up very, we call victoriously and blessedly the whole cremation of holy body of Ngorchen Tembe Nyama. And there you see everyone who has been presiding with His Holiness H.E.Khöndung Trichen and Dzongsar Khyentse on his right and Avikrita. And so you can't see the other side too far, but everybody is rising up, you can see. So that concludes the transmission of the cremation of the holy body of Jamyang Tembe Nyima. And thank you everybody for giving your valuable time and attention to watch and listen and relate and try to understand the rituals and meanings, so that may you all have a blessed mind and intelligent heart and compassionate ways by watching this transmission today. And I would like to say thank you for everybody, and we'll conclude here, but I'm sure the Sakya Friends can still leave the live transmission for a few more while if that's what it's happening. Thank you very much everybody, for translators, colleague translators particularly. I didn't get to to take a break early enough. Thank you very much.
On behalf On behalf of Sakya Friends, let me express gratitude to Lama Choedak Rinpoche for leading us through this remarkable event of cremation ceremony of His Eminence Luding Khenchen Rinpoche's holy body. Many thanks to our precious volunteer translators, especially to those who worked so hard during late night. Let me announce next events of Lama Choedak Rinpoche. On February 18, there will be Orange Manjushri Empowerment. On February 19, teachings on the text of parting from 4 attachments. On February 26, Avalokiteshvara Empowerment, Union of Mahamudra and Mahakaruna, with sadhana instructions. Ours are published on Sakya Friends pages. Also, there you can find details of these upcoming events. Thank you once again for who joined us today, and thank you, dear Rinpoche.